At the top is where you find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. Yeah, I rise with the stars. From the ground up, I rose from the dark. Every second I've been waiting for this moment. Stop, watch, the time is now. Bow down, the rep counts to 10, that's the end. The bell chimes, my hands up, my name rings, it's my belt. What drives the fight? We'll rise when it's time to shine. And yeah, it's time for mine. It seems we've waiting now for most of our lives. I'm in control and I decide to drive to the top of where it's mine design. It's been climbing, fighting, hands up the tyrant. Time spent below, they don't forget, I get reminded. Every day reminded of the stress and the test. For the day I get the title of the best, I'ma rise to it. At the top is where you find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. And you know that's where you'll find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top.
shines right through. Your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain, the wounds still cut deep, and I've followed every move you made. Now I am right here, I'm waiting, come find me. I'm everywhere, though you're blind to see. I'm boundless in the darkness, I must prevail. Survive and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all my madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Just fight and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all my madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. I am your God. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. I'm waiting, come find me, 'cause this time you'll bow down to me.
This is more than pressure, soul, tears, this is more than effort. They try to tell me I was lesser. If all this makes diamonds, you should get your test done. But the fact is, they'll be hanging my name in the rafters. They'll be hanging my name in the rafters. Don't wanna see me when I'm active. Don't wanna see me when it's starting to rain and I still gotta go out and practice. Proved them wrong and changed my life, then told a story through my pen. And they wanna ask me how. If you didn't know me then of course you wouldn't know that. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom off of the hinges, boom off of the kitchen, boom off of the house. We ain't messing around, we just go boom. We just go boom. We just go boom. We just go. They try to take me out of my existence. Do you really think I'm giving up? Car broke, wallet full of dust. Still I'm gonna go until I drop. Motivation really ain't enough. Dedication really ain't enough. Affirmations really ain't enough. You better run for your silence. Cause the worst part of the war is quiet. We just go. We just go. We just go. We just go.
like wine this time of night. I've been near the fire a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
오케이브리온 화이팅! 플러스기야 화이팅! 오케이브리온 화이팅! 플러스기야 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK play-ins. We don't have many more of these best of fives to go, and today we have one that will leave many of us with a heavy heart. Myself especially. Maybe not Wolf. He's just looking to see whether D+ are indeed the frauds that they have kind of looked like for some of this year.
Yeah, are D+ going to be able to prove themselves here finally and make that run through the playoffs, or will they be dispatched by old rivals in the Bros? So many high-stakes matches between D+ and Bro have gone the way of Bro. Normally when these teams met up in playoffs, which happened a few times, I think twice, it was D+ who ended up getting the win, but sometimes Bro was able to upset D+ to stop them from getting a top seed or to make their way into playoffs. There's a lot of history between these two squads, as anyone who's been following the LCK since Fredit Brion will be able to tell you. They got the Kingslayer nickname from beating Damwon Kia at a time when Damwon Kia was unbeatable.
Yep.
And so as a result, if you're a D+ fan, you kind of were wishing it wasn't going to be this matchup that could have potentially been the knockout, as well as consider since round one, favoring Bro a little bit. In round 5, D+ did get the win over them 2-0. Almost all series have actually been pretty one-sided here, though.
Yeah, and it's absolutely insane seeing this game record be even between these two teams. I think one thing that we can take away from this is we're likely to get that Bro value. And that is what we're looking for. Coaching staff expressing some disappointment in the previous drafts, and I could kind of, be there with them. I think we've had some pretty horrific, like even yesterday, for example, what we saw in Game 5 was absolutely horrific from Nongshim. They're going to need to get back on the horse for that one to face off against whoever wins here. But Duke saying by Game 5, drafting wasn't easy, and they will definitely need to fix that. CVMAX has been struggling with some drafting, but thankfully, Fearless has solved his biggest problem, which was running back bad drafts over and over again.
Yeah.
And thankfully, he just cannot do that anymore.
If this goes to 5 games, Morgan will be the 8th top laner to reach 400 games here in the LCK. So a big milestone for him. Getting close. He's not that far off of players like Zeus, as you can see here, and could eventually pass players like Kuve and Smeb, who are retired. Here's the Preds, which I imagine will be fairly split.
Oh my goodness. It's actually Bro favored on our side, and no one predicting the Bros on the Korean side.
And 2-3-0s from Wadid and Jonas Strong as well.
Damn.
Everyone else, though, I mean, looking at this, how many? We have 3, 4 3-2s, but everyone else thinking this game is going 5 series, or 5 games rather, this series. As, wow, it doesn't get closer than this.
Oh my God. 51%, and this is the fan prediction from over on X, and Bro fans, we know, it doesn't matter, they are going to support. And do you know what the best thing is about this series? I could imagine a lot of D+ fans are also pretty keen on Bro just in general. In fact, there was a guy in Twitch chat earlier on, JWLR, and they said, if I'm a DK fan, do I still pay the bro tax? And the answer is, you absolutely do. And guess what? They did. It's absolutely fantastic. Time to get into an interview, I'm pretty sure. Let's go into it.
네, OK저축은의 감독 듀크 요상입니다. 아무래도 저번 경기에서 1, 2세트 때 무기력하게 패배한 게 가장 큰 원인이라 생각해서 그 부분을 집중적으로 생각하고 준비해 왔습니다. 3, 4세트 가면은 어렵다고 생각했었는데 이제 저번 경기에서는 괜찮게 됐던 것 같고 5세트 가면은 확실히 많이 어려운 부분이 있는 것 같아요. 저희의 조합을 완성시키는 게 가장 큰 거라고 생각해가지고 그 부분으로 생각하고 있습니다. 1, 2세트에 어느 팀이 가져가냐가 가장 큰 포인트일 것 같습니다. 오늘 경기를 지면은 이제 진짜로 시즌이 끝이기 때문에 모든 것을 다 쏟아붓도록 하겠습니다. 오케이 브리온 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 감독 뱅기 배성우입니다. 일단 경기 내에서 경기력이 좀 더 원활하게 나올 수 있도록 회의했었고 그런 다음에 약간 그 부분을 최대한 살리려고 노력하고 있습니다. 아무래도 챔피언이 빠졌을 때 티어가 빠르게 바뀌고 거기서 조합을 잘 짜는 게 중요한데 그런 거를 일단 잘하는 게 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 피어리스니까 다양한 방식으로 램픽이 나오다 보니까 거기서 대응을 잘하는 게 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 오늘 꼭 승리해서 위에까지 더 올라가도록 노력하겠습니다. 디플러스 기아 화이팅!
Very interesting to hear from both of these coaches, former T1 alumni, of course, and Jisun obviously did remind us of that because, of course, they were playing in the Bang era of SKT back in the day. But Duke, of course, also a world champion on IG as well, which is very, very cool. So we'll see how this matchup is going to go in the coach's booth and in this draft as well, Will.
Yeah, and we saw the predictions on the global side were very close. On the Korean side, not so much. The fan vote was 80%, and then online, a lot of metrics putting like somewhere between 60 75% for D+. As the KR side thinks D+ is going to get it done. I think a lot of this is kind of the transitive property of Nongshim's series against Bro, and then, of course, BNK destroying Nongshim yesterday in a much more one-sided series than we expected. So much of play-ins to me, though, has been about draft and not about top-tier picks. It's been about composition, as the coaches were alluding to, both coaches in that coaching interview. It's about the comp you build, not about the picks you have. And one counter pick in the mid lane and the top lane isn't necessarily going to be game-defining. It's how your comp works together. As we take a look at our jungle matchup here, Croco versus Lusa. This is so exciting to see the difference between rounds 3 and 5 and play-ins. We've seen, some drop downs on some of these stats here, but if you look at the stats in CS difference here, very, very high for Lucid actually across the board. Has not been able to translate that into consistent performances though on the Rift. Same for Croco's kill participation in play-ins, by the way, has been insanely high. I feel like the jungle role has been the most pivotal since we've hit these BO5s.
Yep, and we saw yesterday as well, farming isn't actually necessary. Raptor demonstrated that in fact you can just gank kind of all the time and that'll work. It kind of reminds me of many, many seasons ago where junglers basically just didn't get anything at all on the Rift. Maybe not necessarily the same thing because they were more vision bots. That was when you just had Mondo walking around with an Oracle's Elixir, looking cool.
Some of the OK Savings Bank Breon staff have contracted COVID-19, so that is why everyone is wearing masks on their side and why you saw Duke wearing a mask earlier. So for some additional context there. I don't think it'll affect the series too much. The majority of these players have played through the COVID era and have lived through that time period and are very familiar with what it's like to wear masks on stage.
Yep. And some players just wear masks on stage anyway, not even necessarily if it's COVID. And can you believe it's still 19? I thought we'd be at least up to COVID 28 or 35 or
I'm no
150.
scientist, you know. I'm not. It might not even be COVID-19. I just added the moniker there at the end. But I know they have some form of COVID.
Some form of virus or another, or just at least a potential of it, as of course there are some members of the staff that do have it. So
it's just to make sure everyone is safe here, of course, amongst the team as well.
And to hide their emotions from D+.
Poker face.
Exactly right. And I want to talk about taking some inspiration because the play-ins has been the start of not only best of fives, but also a brand new patch. And I think it's so interesting, right? Because this is someone that, especially Valdez, has been very critical of. But Ryu just gets it, man.
Yeah, Ryu has had the best drafts, and it's wild to see, but he has made comps that are low tier, but they're comps against an enemy team comp that has like more meta champions, air quotes, but Raptors just like, lol, Nefiri, by the way. Watch out for my level 3 gank. And that has been working, so their reads have been really good. I do think a lot of our teams have been spending so many draft resources in Game 1. I feel like a lot of these best of fives we've had have been two insanely strong drafts against each other that are so expensive fearless-wise. And whoever wins that gets such a huge edge because all the other champions you picked in that Game 1 draft are gone for the rest of the best of 5.
Yeah, and I like the use of they're expensive, but they're not cohesive. This is the issue. You like pick a whole bunch of stuff that is theoretically very strong in the patch, but that doesn't matter if they don't work correctly together, right? So we'll just have to see what kind of things these coaches have come up with at the drawing board. Moving into game number 1 here of this best of 5, do or die between DK and Bro. This may be the last time we get to pay bro tax in a bro game. We might need to figure out a way to just pay bro tax in games that they're not in.
Yeah,
it's nuts. I don't know how we're going to figure it out, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. The first bridge though is going to be these bans as the Yone and the Talia, taken away with the Yanara and the Azir. Probably some Yap on the side of the Bros.
Yeah, pretty decent chance that Pantheon is gone. The Talia will match as the Pantheon actually gets taken away here by D+. As maybe looking for a Wukong first pick here.
A bit of yaw?
Yeah, a little bit.
If only we had have banned Yone, Evelyn, Ezreal. Because then we could have got Yi-Yaw.
We still got Yaw, it's just a different spelling.
Yeah.
So Wukong first pick feels pretty obvious here. They may be looking for something else, though. The Annie
Rumble is
going to be able to pair with
pretty
it.
strong.
That's true. But I think Wukong is just so insanely strong right now and will be snapped up just the same.
I think this is interesting, though, because I feel like we've been seeing less Wukong first picks when we're expecting them. And DK this time around will actually pull the trigger without the Annie available to them, but it is going to cost them a fair bit, you could imagine, as the Rumble and Orianna both going to be taken away, of course. Showmaker has been defaulting to the mechanical ballerina quite a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential in this draft here for Bro now, because you can either go for something like a Jarvan, or you could go for the Nocturne. As the Rise feels pretty obvious. Showmaker loves his mids that can have a global impact and is good into the Orianna.
I think you can also still play Gwen in this draft as well on DK's side.
Yeah, you
it's a Rumble,
can.
it's not like... I feel like that Gnar counter pick that we saw yesterday did work out very well because you actually capitalized on her lost armor.
Yeah.
But Rumble doesn't necessarily do that.
It's very expensive if you commit that in now, but with the fact that both the Rumble and the Orianna are here, you know the Aurora can't really be played. Yeah. It does work, and she was definitely considering it here. I don't think you want to play Ambessa in this game. You definitely want to save that. It has a lot of value in other drafts, and so probably avoid that one. A lot of thought going into this, as they're going to lock the Aurora ultimately themselves, in fact, so making the Gwen much more stronger, but not in this game.
No, exactly right. It's going to mean that Gwen will need to be banned for the rest of the series, you could imagine. But we will see. Of course, she was nerfed a little bit as well, as Xin Zhao is going to be hovered and should be locked here by Croco.
Yeah, that's definitely where they're looking here. The Jarvan was still a possibility, and remove Sivir, because Sivir is so good with the Rise, but they can just ban the Sivir now.
Yep.
And I think they probably will. This is not a draft where you necessarily are thinking Kai'Sa is super high prio with this Wukong setup. It can be utilized in drafts like this, but it's not the Giga Kai'Sa angle. So I imagine that Sivir will be taken away in this spot.
I'm also kind of surprised that we haven't seen Nico's priority just skyrocket. We've seen her be so incredibly pivotal.
I think if you're D plus Kia, you're more concerned about that pick right now because they get pick priority, so they're on red side. And so Rakan gets taken away first here because Rakan pairs really well with Wukong. And Nico just wins you the bottom lane kind of by default. We've seen that in so many scenarios. Corki, Nico, incredibly powerful lane.
Yep.
And that is certainly something that we could see OK Savings Bank Breon look to lock in here.
Taking a long time.
Yeah, D+ are really using the clock fully.
I like the Jhin ban for DK. I haven't really enjoyed watching Aiming play Jhin. I am kind of known as a bit of a Jhin anti, so it is understandable that I don't like watching Jhin.
Hype.
There are some Jhin players that have been pretty good.
Hype got this team here by flashing on Teddy with Jhin. So
See?
It does kind of make sense.
He also got solo killed 3 times in that game.
Yeah, no, his early game wasn't great. They're actually the ones to ban Poppy away, or not Poppy, sorry, the Nico away.
I think this means that they want the Sivir.
Yeah, and it's crazy how neither of these teams have banned it just yet. And it's incredibly strong with both comps, but I like it more for D+s. As D+ are just going to use every single second of this clock again, which can be a good thing to use your time to think about all possibilities, but also can be a worrying thing as a commentator. You're like,
yeah,
you guys have a plan here? I hope so. As the Poppy I mentioned does get taken away. If Nico is gone, Poppy stocks go up massively, especially into Wukong, so that does make quite a bit of sense. But the Corki is open, and Corki, by the way, has been the highest prio pick in play-ins and is 3-0, has not lost a game yet.
I could imagine its KDA is absolutely absurd as well, with what we were seeing from Diablo yesterday especially. Oh my god, that game was very difficult to watch.
And you get support counter pick here now, so you feel very confident that you're going to win this lane no matter what.
It was Lucian Braum.
I mean, it's the only thing you can play really left, unless you wanted to try to finesse a Varus draft, but Varus prio has dropped to the bottom.
I don't know whether I like Braum here, though. It is going to be what they do, but it doesn't feel fantastic. We'll see what Polo is going to go towards. Of course, Polo is going to pick and engage support into Braum. That is what's going to happen. Like Rel or something like that. Alistair might get picked up here.
Alistair
there it
makes
is.
More sense to me. You know, when you have the Corki lane, you could get away with a lot with the Alistair, and your damage output into any support that tries to interact with the Alistair, any melee support is going to be fantastic when you have this lane in the bottom 2v2. And then the Alistair is great for early game objectives, can also be a great ball carrier for the Orianna as well. So I really do like how OK Savings Bank Breon rounded this composition out. There's a decent side lane threat with this Aurora here for D+ Kia, and if the Aurora gets ahead in the lane against Morgan on his Rumble, then the Ryze can have a lot of value elsewhere. But my issue with D+'s comp is it doesn't necessarily fully all in on any type of game state. Like, it's not the most amazing late game comp, like Ryze can do a lot of damage later. It's not a perfect pick comp, even though you have the Lucian that has great follow-up for that. It's kind of a mishmash of, I tried to get the best of every lane matchup, but I didn't end up with a comp that has a ton of cohesion.
Yeah, my problem is that there are a lot of short-range champions with not a lot of engage. And that spells, if you fall behind, you lose.
Yeah.
Because you just cannot approach anything at all ever. Unless you have a phenomenal flank. They'd need incredible coordination to make their way back into a game. And of course, Aurora is a brilliant champ for doing that. You've got Ryze with Realm Warp. If they can use these tools very effectively, it can work. But the problem is, Keep It Simple Stupid has been so effective here in the play-ins. We'll see whether that's continuing to be so as we jump into the Rift for Game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, I just want to say thanks to everyone for their bro tax. There is so much of it littering the Twitch chat right now, and it fills my heart with incredible amounts of joy. And I really appreciate you guys. Even the DK fans that are also pressing the bro tax button because there isn't a DK tax button.
Yeah, I heard Digon is looking to launch his new website, brofundme.com. after Bro's run ends.
I'm surprised that hasn't already been made. You could just accidentally make money if you just made that. Just make a donation link and just call it BroFundMe. People would just put money in there for fun.
And then, you know, you just link it to the Bro organization and suddenly, like, they just poach all Genji's players next year. You could fund it.
Oh, honestly, this is such a missed opportunity. Hopefully, we've sent a message, right? With the fact that the majority of the global side predicted Bro, and we had a 51% prediction rate for Bro versus DK on X as well. I think that means maybe they will start to listen to what we have to say, and that is, it all comes down to Bro tax. As Hype and Polo, it's going to be a little bit rough, I guess, in the early stages just because it's an Alistar, but it is also a Corki. So
yeah.
Probably not going to be too worried.
I think a lot of Alistar lanes struggle into Lucian, but not this one necessarily. It's very close, as you guys can see. The push goes to Hype and Palu, which feels really nice for them. As long as they don't overstep here, they should be able to get the level 2 advantage.
Yeah, aiming, you can see, still trying to step up, but one more minion, and I believe the Bros will be able to reach that level 2.
Very close. There it
Never
is.
you mind. There it is.
And you can see the win rates here across these champs. Aiming has had a very good performance on the Lucian. It's Shiyu's Aurora that has been in the late game is so insanely impressive. In base defense, obviously for that famous Penta, but in late game scraps, his usage of the ultimate, where he places it and how mobile it makes him, how survivable it makes him is really, really huge.
Yeah, he's been like, his clutch play in the later stages of the game has been pretty impressive. What we've found though is that DK have lacked a bit of longevity in these games. I think we're going to need a little bit more mental fortitude out of these players, especially Lucid and Shiu have seemed to struggle as the series goes on.
That's the scary thing about, you know, you mentioned the lack of engage. Sure, they have Wukong, which is a fair amount of engage, but it's otherwise a Braum composition here with a top laner that's a mage. So you're not looking at a positive late game state if you don't have control of the map. And D+ do often kind of mess up a fight and lose control of the map in the late game, as Krako is coming for a very aggressive level 3 gank here to punish the pushing Aurora.
Well, let's see how Shiu is going to be able to do here. It does go into stealth, and that should allow him to get away from this one. No flash required, but does suffer a lot of damage. So does Morgan, though. Man, down to sub 100 health just from following the Aurora to try and kill her.
Yeah, it took a lot of damage earlier in the initial trades and had the lane pushed in. In fact, Shiu was going to read this well, doesn't back, but now neither does Krako, actually.
Yeah, he is going to come back and look for a bit of an angle here. As Shiu going to be able to bounce away.
Oh!
Wind becomes lightning is going to become a miss.
That hits.
I mean, I don't know whether it kills, but
it's close.
It still feels bad.
Yeah, certainly close. Shiu doesn't have to flash though ultimately, as Lucid is going to come onto Krako now.
Yeah, Krako in so much trouble. Does find Wind becomes lightning onto a mini Krug, and the audacious charge going to get him out of there. But I don't know, Lucid still chasing after him. Needs a few buttons to come back off cooldown, 4 seconds, and the blast cone is going to be there.
All right, so some near deaths there. Lucid feels really bad about the fact that he wasn't able to get that kill, especially because he committed his flash on the follow there. No prio for closer means he can't come up and assist. He is just locked down under this turret with Showmaker just pushing these waves in. This is a good matchup for the Rise, especially early on, and you know, he's just going to constantly out-wave clear you, as we're going to have another trade up here on the top side.
Cannon denied here by Morgan, so it's a trade up already, as he does make himself quiet. It is weird that when Rumble silences himself, he gets louder.
Yeah.
Which I think is wrong. I don't like that very much. But he gets the cannon, and so the Lord is eaten good here towards his top side.
Is it him? Like, is it actually the Yordle that says, like, warning, 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 or is it actually, like,
I think that's the mech.
Yeah, I think so. So I guess maybe he's quiet.
Ah,
it's
so
just
he's
the robot
being
that's
silenced,
really
but the robot's still loud. There you go. But wait, the robot is the one that can't use abilities.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a tough one. You feel like you get to the bottom of it, and then another issue crops up.
It's the mech that uses the amp tome to be a spellcaster.
Yeah, the mech has to read the book to get the info.
Bit of a
All right,
fight here.
DK going aggressive here as we do get concussive blows onto Polu, taking a bit of damage from aiming, but Beryl also looking a little worse for wear. These Foss Bombs do need to land from Hype, though, if they do want to be able to keep this lane working. And you can see aiming having a very good time on the Lucian thus far.
Level 6 here for Morgan.
Oh, bit of a dash forward here as the Winter's Bite does connect. Beryl puts up the door and says, nope, you are not coming in.
As no barriers used, so still some potential for follow-up action there. Morgan did not use his equalizer with a level 6 advantage, but he's going to crash a massive wave. Xiu does not have teleport and is actually just going to abandon and take a back here. Morgan's going to push a massive wave in. Looking at Xiu on the minimap, he wants to make something happen, but he's just walking out of the lane. We'll eventually be able to go catch that wave. They don't know where he is. There's a control ward there, knowing he's not wrapping around. Looks like because it's a cannon wave, he'll actually be fine. And while that's happening, they're actually going to be able to, with that bottom side and mid side prio here, start the Dragon. So Lucid, the nice early lead here, nice amount of control despite that vision. Just going to be able to get away with this because there's just no way to match on the side of Bro.
Yep, and also did manage to steal away the Krug camp, so he was already ahead just a little bit as far as his clear was concerned. So feeling pretty good on this Wukong thus far, wanting to race towards that level 6 as quickly as possible. Very close to it, actually, as aiming, getting some damage down onto Polu. Beryl stands beside him. And there it is, level 6 and the first Drake going over to DK, spelling about a 600 gold lead.
That Dragon experience allows him to potentially make a play here bottom side for this blue buff. And with Realm Warp available for Showmaker, he was already threatening one. It's going to be hard to defend this. They're even going to commit the TP here for Polu.
He is teleporting in to try and get back Beryl at 50% health. Croco only level 5 though. Still, they are going to respect it and back away. The Oriana is roaming over first. And so they will at least respect Closer at a very large health total.
To say nothing of tempo vibes, straight up regular tempo, 100% D pluses with the counter picks they got for these lane matchups. The Rise working incredibly well, 20 CS ahead of Closer. The Aurora down on farm, but was able to absorb a ton of pressure there top side and be totally okay. And then the bottom side control they've had gets him that first Dragon. And when she was at his deficit, obviously Grubs hadn't spawned yet, so there's no way to make a counterplay there. Lucid gets level 6 first, means that Bro can't really fight there. And now they should be able to go up and contest the Grubs themselves. D plus that is to potentially get double objective here early on.
Pretty crazy have a start like this. Of course, Morgan is a large reason why this gold lead is basically 0. As you can see, 11 CS ahead on this Rumble, which is very impressive, to be perfectly honest. I think Xiu's laning phase on the Aurora has never really been that good, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's the late game stuff.
He manages to dash around fights pretty expertly, but doesn't necessarily understand how to destroy a Rumble in lane. And honestly, this champion is pretty ridiculous anyway. So it does make a little bit of sense. Morgan also no slouch.
Yeah, I mean, this is arguably Morgan's best champion in this year.
Yep.
So not surprised by that. He is going to lose Prio here for just a moment, but Lucid's already got this first Grub without Smite, so feeling very good.
That was a crab. Oh, sorry, that was actually a cheeky cosplay
That was
crab.
A tricky crab there.
Yeah, it was very tricky crab.
It does Smite the first Grub, so I was like, damn, he got the first one without Smite. He's going to get 2 for sure without even a fight. But no, gets the first one with Smite. We'll get the second one, it looks like, without it here because Bro are just not going to contest.
And Polu is going to accept a back massage. It does a fair bit of damage, as we can see there. But yeah, Lucid actually going to get all 3. So, a bit of a monopoly when it comes to the neutral objectives thus far for DK.
Only one more for the objective Feat of Strength now. Could double Dragon as now Bro decide to make a fight happen.
Yeah, Xiu getting taken down to about 300 as Morgan, a bit frustrated that there's a minion wave conga lining forward. And Xiu, you cannot walk up.
No.
That is illegal.
I don't think he will just let the, especially with that Flame Spitter, he might try to bait something with Lucid being nearby with Flash Cyclone, but I think this is just going to be the end of it. They had a little bit of prio there topside, but they did not commit to the fight. They didn't group, and so D+ just get all of the objectives completely. And this is a bit of a Bro game, you know? We haven't seen as much Bro and Brew early games recently, but this is certainly one of them where you just kind of give everything.
I swear this happens all the time with DK versus Bro, though. What I want is the stat of average first blood time between DK and Bro and average first blood time throughout the league. Because I think that this matchup gets really late first bloods almost all the time. It's a gentleman's game, you know? It's a no-rush 20. that we get most of the time. You know, like, let me get my photon cannons up.
Yeah.
I want to be able to build only Stargates and carriers. I don't want gateway units. That's annoying.
Unfortunately for Bro in this game, I don't think they actually have Fleet Beacon tech, so
no,
they're going to have to eventually fight D+.
I always thought that was kind of, you know, annoying anyway, because you only did stuff for like High Templars and things in there. But
yeah,
it was necessary if you did want to build those carriers.
The game state here is pretty D+ favorite. It continues to be so, and this Wukong, even though he has not cycloned onto anybody yet, is just constantly threatening, and Bro are forced to respect it. And this lane here on the top side, that's where the only lead for Bro is right now, but they haven't been able to capitalize on it just yet. I mean, a 400 gold lead means a lot for winning the straight-up 1v1 for now, but what happens when we get to team fights is a bigger question, as Beryl is doing Beryl things.
Beryl is barreling as he does ulti. That is only going to knock off the cow, though, as now aiming is going to be dissuaded from killing more minions and will save his support. But still, that is every button that Beryl had available to him, just because he was trying to annoy a cow. He was like, but I'm getting tempo, guys. I'm getting tempo. I have the tempo.
Also, aiming and Hype trading ultimates there as well.
Oh, that's true. That is very true.
It's an even trade for the 80 carries.
Yep.
Not really, of course. Sundered Sky picked up here for Kroko as the observers zoom in on the, you know, new Gorge Rinker of the jungle. The strongest item that we've had probably this whole year. I don't want to say on this patch because it's been the whole year. And now looking for a fight here for the second dragon to try to deny double dragon. But D+ have full prio, even though Beryl doesn't have his ult and doesn't have sums, and the fact that aiming doesn't have his ult doesn't matter here necessarily. Looking for Lucid.
Going forward, where Atrix comes down, but there is a rune prison still. Wind becomes lightning, does connect. Lucid may need to flash here, but never mind. Oh, Kroko does go in. Still not enough follow-up to be able to lock him down. No knock-up prepared or anything like that.
I mean, Hype's pushed out this lane. D+ could look for a recontest here. They have Realm Warp, and Lucid held his Cyclone there. Just wanted to heal up a little bit before he goes back in, but he's so low that I suppose they're just going to give this up. They did not collapse with that mid-prio, and just going to be an even trade of Drakes here instead, as Showmaker's not really in a position to Realm Warp anybody in. And they didn't have enough vision here. As you can see, vision control is Bro's, so it's not like he could have sneaked Lucid into the backside or anything like that. So it's just going to be a dragon.
Yep, Closer also taking a turret shot because he could.
Yes.
May as well. Just trying to get as much damage down onto Showmaker as he can.
Doesn't have Lucid here. He's coming over now, but there's a window.
Well, Beryl is going to turn up yet again. This time aiming is there to defend him as he gets behind the door. There's a nice stun to try and lock them down, and the double knockup comes through from Beryl as Lucid dives forward, but first blood goes over as Beryl does fall down. Still Kroko is going to die as Showmaker Realm Warps his way in, and aiming is on the warpath, looking to take down Polo, and there's Lucid to finish him off. The flash forward there from Showmaker finds the rune prison onto Hype as well, and they're looking for the feats of warfare, but it may be a second kill over to the Bros. Never mind, Lucid will survive. Man, that's a lot of action in a game that had basically none until now.
Yeah, that was a very, very close exchange there. They get Beryl in the end, still down his summoners, but they stay too long for the play. The real target is Showmaker, but they see, okay, Beryl's here, and Hype's like, aiming's rotating down, we got this. We have the Orianna coming over here. Closer speeds up, tries to get in here. They look for the shockwave here. It's pretty low value. Aiming's able to avoid that damage, and then he does so much here on the follow-up. Showmaker's able to Realm Warp in. Kroko gets obliterated, and then Paulo is just trying to help his teammates get out here. And it looked like for a second, like, ooh, maybe they actually get a kill here as Showmaker goes in very deep. Lucid takes a ton of damage, but that is ultimately the end of it. Closer really maximizing the Orianna damage in that skirmish. It was kind of insane.
It was. We're straight back into the action as Paulo getting taken down pretty low. Doesn't have his ulti, but isn't going to get stunned up. That is not going to be the same case for Hype, though, as Kroko going to get slowed down as he makes his way back. And I want to talk a little bit about Closer, because you're exactly right. He did make the use of his kit, but not his shockwave, because that was on cooldown. It wasn't like, and the circle came through, and I almost said it in the play-by-play, but that was the Crescent Guard. That was the only thing that we saw. If that had have been a shockwave, man, completely different story.
Yeah, there's just no damage onto aiming. He's able to avoid everything there and just clean up the fight in what is an incredibly strong skirmishing comp here early for D+, as Lucid is lurking around once again. They're trying to use the solution's power right now. They are without a Braum, though.
Yeah, Showmaker moving over. We'll eat some honey fruit here as Kroko Does know exactly what's going on, but control vision is around for DK.
Aiming's doing so much work here in the mid lane to push hype away. I think that's why Bro is so hesitant to actually look for a contest here. And Beryl does show back up, doesn't have his flash yet, but is very close to it, has his ultimate, of course, and with this Cyclone and Braum ultimate choke point control, Paulo can't be anywhere near.
Yeah, the culling just going to come down once again. The big one will be avoided there by aiming. Pretty decent chunk of damage that is going to be missing now for the Bros as Croco moving over alongside Closer. Showmaker going to get pushed out here as we'll see whether Lucid can land the smite. Teleports from both of our top laners moving forward, but Shiu's going to get here first. There is the ulti out of Beryl, does find hype as Paulo goes unbreakable. And Shiu is actually going to get headbutted to safety. Still, it's a fight on multiple fronts, and Croco is likely to die to Showmaker as the shockwave comes through yet again, but it's just not enough damage. And Shiu is just ignored throughout this entire fight. And Closer is just going to have to run his way away.
Yeah, the target selection not great there for Bro. Very split fight, and so many near kills that don't go over there in the end as Closer is able to shockwave but not finish off the kill. And now, this is a pretty disastrous situation here for Bro, who will also lose this first turret. And, I mean, feats were already there, but that's a ton of extra money to Aiming, who is running away with this game. And so much of what Aiming has done has been in these team fights, these early skirmishes. Hype's not going to get that backstop. But a lot of it has also been in how much he's controlled the mid lane to get them prio here in the first place into this Corki, who gets ulted on the outset here, goes down to half health, and then Shio is doing some of his fancy footwork in this fight again. Gets knocked to safety by Paulo, though, which was definitely not his intent. And then Croco and Closer almost able to kill Showmaker here, but obviously Croco was basically at 0 health, so they can't quite do it. Shio gets the execute there as well. And that's the end of the fight, as Hype was able to do practically nothing in comparison because he was chunked out early.
And those are the sort of fights that DK's composition thrives on as well. I mean, once they're in, they're feeling absolutely fantastic about it. I feel like Beryl as well, getting a lot of value out of the engaged Braum that we did see yesterday work actually a little bit better than expected.
When you have a Wukong, it's kind of okay, especially when you have the Rune Prison to also lock people down who are trying to chase you. Look at Aiming's items. He has a Flicker Blade already online, and they are ready to fight here for this second dragon for them, the third dragon of the game, which will be the first Mountain Drake. And with Showmaker also controlling the side lane and the bottom side, it's just hard for Bro to approach.
Level 11 here for Lucid as well. That Cyclone, pretty scary. Still DK, not going to have access fully to this river as Banana Brush control is going to be there. As Lucid comes out as stealth and finds Morgan. He lays down the red carpet, but that is not going to help him when it comes to the culling. As now Beryl looking to continue the follow-up. He's likely to die, but what more can they get? As never mind, Beryl's going to be fine. Showmaker now looking for an angle as the shockwave doesn't quite CC him enough as the knockups are everywhere. Lucid able to flash out, and it's a triple for Showmaker. DK are just styling on them.
Oh yeah, this game may have just ended right here in front of our eyes, as it's another phenomenal engage from Lucid on that first pick. Wukong they grabbed, was able to get there, play around the vision control. Bro had no idea. They knew, like, yeah, he's looking to engage us, but we have to approach for Dragon here. They had no idea the angle of which he was going to come in. Just jumps out, gets the Cyclone. We have Flash Cyclone, could do so much. As he has control vision here in this brush, so they don't know exactly where he is. He also has that ward up here, so knows exactly the angle that Morgan and Hype are going. Aiming is also pushing them in. It's not even really that Bro are trying to force their way into this dragon. It's just D+ being like, they're kind of near the dragon, and we have so much control. And then Beryl lives, and Closer is just like trying as fast as Oriana's legs can carry him away, but it's just another wipe here. Not a full wipe, but a near full wipe as Showmaker grabs 3 kills, 4 kills total, picks up his Seraphs. His Rod of Ages is near completion, and I think this might have just been the back-breaking moment here.
Yeah, and I have to say, it's good to see Showmaker awake for the start of the series, because if we remember, his Azir was like 1-0-0 at like almost the end of their first game last time around, as Morgan is going to get engaged on here towards the top side. Lucid will be backing away, though, as the teleport comes in from Paulo to try and protect his Rumble. We'll be able to do so for now as Otacon has spawned.
Look at Aiming, man. He's just like this
I've got a
whole
theory.
game.
I've got a theory. Do you think Aiming just plays better when he gets to build Essence Reaver first?
I mean, it does seem that way, based on the champs he has really excelled.
That may justify the terrible center build.
Yeah.
Because he just feels more comfortable with the item. As Bro,
Okay,
they feel more comfortable just starting Otacon.
Bro desperation here. I mean, they have all their ultimates online. This is the best fight they're ever going to get for the rest of the game with the prio they have.
Well, this may not be the way to live long and prosper, but we'll see whether they can make something of it as Beryl and Aiming are going to turn up. There's the interruption on McCulling as Aiming does have to flash to get out of the way, but he finds the distance with the flash. She is going to go down first, though, as now the Otacon down so incredibly low. It will be taken here by the Bros, but Otacon for Nexus is not a trade I've heard working out very well so far in the LCK. Maybe elsewhere it's a thing, but no, that 50 gold is the most important if we remember.
And they want to get the chase on him. Looks like he's going to escape as he went up here. Showmaker trying to catch, but isn't going to be in Rune Prison range. The fight, the concept of it is obviously it's silly to think they're going to win a fight, but they know Cyclone's down. It was used on the Rumble top side. They have every tool, so the turn has to be perfect here. And Shiyu just goes in and sacrifices himself, but it's 100% worth it here because he does so much damage. Otacon is still alive.
Yeah, Showmaker is behind a wall.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter because Bro have no formation here, whereas D+ just sends Shiyu in, sacrifices himself, and they have so much damage on their Fed carries here in the Lucian and the Rise to clean up house after those resistances get shredded by Otacon. Sure, they secure the objective, but like you said, it feels like it's for Nexus here in the trade because D+ gets so much gold. The Lucian lead is exploding. He almost has IE online here, and he's already just walking up to hype and taking everything he owns. I don't know what else he's going to do once he gets that IE. He's just going to walk up and shoot the Nexus, I think.
I could imagine. As we'll see whether they can actually break the base without the Baron. That's going to be up in 2.5 minutes as Lucid comes on over, looking to take some Raptors here. And Aiming continuing his onslaught on the game. Beryl, his map sense today, I feel, is better than what we saw in previous days. He just seems to know where to put this this Winter's Bite. Maybe he's got the Black Sheep wall tech or something like that.
He certainly made us nervous a few times in the early game, but now 11 out of 13 KP ready to trust.
Yeah.
And this Braum angle in this game, you know, we weren't 100% sure about it, but from ahead, and when you just can send your Lucian straight up the mid lane and then be wherever you want as Braum, it totally works out. As you can see this extremely strong Aurora here. Not Ori, she's not extremely strong.
Aurora.
The Aurora is pushing away the Rumble, and like they can just get deep vision everywhere. Wait for this next dragon to spawn, which will be soul point for them.
Yep, and that will be with a Lucian that has an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, and this time Cyclone will be available, and this time he will have Flash Cyclone. So the last Otacon fight went poorly. This time D+ will also, by the way, have Prio on the objective because they'll go there first. So.
And they got Sundered Sky now and Lucid completed, so the Sundered Sky gap has been closed.
You want to just send it sometimes in games like this. Maybe it's better to just hope D+ make a mistake later on in the game, because I think trying to fight a straight-up fight against D+ here means the Nexus explodes right afterwards. But if you just let him have it, you don't get anything either. This comp isn't just going to magically outscale. See what Bro decide to do.
They're going to need to land the Wombo. They're going to need to make it actually work, because so far, it just has not. And they need to kill Aiming. That is definitely part and parcel
of the task here. He knows where he doesn't have vision.
Well, Polo's going to look for it. He does have the orb, but he's not going to be able to find the target. Beryl might be in trouble, though, as he does throw down the ulti, but finds no joy with it whatsoever and will just die. Still, the culling does so much work onto Morgan. And DK now just find themselves without a Braum.
Okay, this could be playable.
Oh, Shiyu looking for an angle here, throws down the circle. This is their engage, by the way. It's Shiyu putting his body into the Bros. It worked at the Otacon fight. It did not work here.
It did a lot of damage, but it didn't do the impactful damage that D+ are looking for. Now, without two critical members here, Bro, actually with Prio on this dragon, Morgan with TP to get back after fully healing up. D+, you're on their side of the map. Maybe you could try to threaten a push for the inhibitor turret, but Bro are going to get this dragon. Realmore will get them, or Showmaker, to the Raptor camp. They can't actually threaten that inhibitor.
Oh, that would have been so cute. I think Aiming missed the memo. So what he could have done is Realm Warp them over so that they're out of vision on the Baron, and then get to sneak the Baron away without them knowing, assuming they have no vision on the top side of the map. It could have been very cute. We're having a look at the replay, though.
Yeah, so Beryl gets picked here. The equalizer, not the greatest, but it keeps them zoned. And then from here, she was like, I'm just going to blow myself up again to take away half of all of Bro's health bars. And that part works. But Lucid already used his Cyclone. If Lucid has Cyclone there and could flash into follow, that would be amazing. Baron did spawn, as you mentioned, but trying to start that one up would have been a bit of a pipe dream. They could have also tried to run it into the mid inhibitor turret, but they weren't decisive about that, so they kind of just ended up
I don't know,
members.
I saw them run it at the mid inhibitor turret.
At the end of the day, still a Fed Lucian, it's still a 7,000 gold lead, but D+ is going to have to tighten it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Remember, if they lose tempo control, even with the gold lead, like you mentioned at the start of the game, before the draft was even really fully locked in, this comp is low range, does not have consistent engage, and there's a trap set.
Well, you can see DK just getting the vision down now. I'm hoping that Beryl starts to play it a little less fast and loose, because they've got Shio in the side lane, and it's very difficult to answer him. Croco going to move over, does find Beryl, who was possibly caught in the shot. He's going to get exhausted, but Beryl will be able to redeem himself, like actually redeem himself. Don't know whether it redeems what happened earlier on, but I have a bit of a soft spot for Beryl, as you may know.
He redemptions himself.
Yes.
As we're going to see a TP here from Palu. It's Baron vision and Baron control that we're now kind of posturing around right now. If you look at the comps here, Mountain Soul, pretty insane for Wukong, but also, you know, it's not like either of these comps are running a big tank top laner. You know, we have two AP tops, so the Soul isn't necessarily going to be game-breaking. I just think that if you lose control of one of these fights as D+ again, and that gold lead thins down to 3,500, like if Bro can cut this gold lead in half with another big flub from D+, then you could maybe get a Baron. Then that gold lead disappears, and then D+ are really going to struggle to play the game with this Braum. So I still think they're in a very favorable position, but what I've watched over the last 5 minutes does make me a little nervous.
I'm definitely, I'm feeling Chronicler's anxiety from here. He's probably bouncing off the walls over there in the space. As Heba pulverizes Beryl in his favorite position once again, does have Lucid to stand beside, but that is still a flash now down.
Not the most valuable support to have, you know, to use flash to engage, so it's okay, but doesn't feel like a win, let's say.
Yep. Croco discovers that he doesn't have a Krug camp, because of course Showmaker has been hoovering those up. Showmaker is very close to a Flame Horizon, by the way.
Yeah, he is going to be so difficult to kill. Like, aiming is definitely your target.
Yeah. Beryl, don't go back to that spot. Just don't. He is back there. Never mind. Do what you want, Beryl. He's now moving further forward. Does have a fair bit of support, but will get pulverized once again. But when that's on cooldown, there is some opportunities here as aiming. Going to get engaged on here as Croco has to use the ulti man, and he does so much damage. The circle is put down as Shiu goes between worlds, and the Realm Warp gets Showmaker into the base. He's playing Rise like Twisted Fate. Gets a huge shield here from the Seraphs. Shiu's in there as well, but he's going to get taken down. Showmaker follows suit. Hyde finds the double. And DK,
I mean,
that's too much.
Like, they snatched defeat out of the jaws of victory in that fight. I mean, I like how Showmaker was positioned before he took the Realm Warp, because I'm like, yeah, you can literally walk up to them, because Lucian is taking half of Palu's health bar off of just like a Q double auto there.
Yeah.
And now he has LDR, by the way. And Showmaker has Zhonya's, and he's so incredibly fed. He is level 18, so walking up like he is right now, that part's fine because he can Zhonya's and his team can turn. They take away Palu's health bar here, and then Croco goes in for some reason. I'm thinking, wow, D+ just won the game, I guess. Kill Croco and walk up mid. Instead, we Realm Warp into the base. Now Showmaker's isolated away from his team. Closer goes golden, buys a ton of time. And then what do? We send our Aurora in, so we can lose both of them?
Morgan's equalizer as well was so incredibly good to make sure that there was no support for these two solo lanes. But I have to say, you know, you're right. Credit where credit is due. Probably just don't do that.
Yeah, just either go get Baron or like walk down mid and end the game. Instead, they decided to get fancy with it. Now they're going to start Baron up. Bro, do not have flash for Croco, so contesting this is so
flash,
challenging.
No blast cone. This is just gone. And DK, I guess, was sick of having fun, and they kind of just want to end the game. I don't know. That was not a whole lot of contest. There's also Soul Point on the cards for both teams.
Yeah,
Likely something that DK are going to head towards here.
If Bro just sit back and farm and let them have the dragon and hope it takes D+ a long time to do it, they're like, that's just part of their Baron timer that is going to be down now. Aiming's going to take away this buff here as well, take the blue from Bro. I'll give it to his team.
Yep.
That's a small bonus here. Now that he's on this dragon, it won't take too long, but Bro, we're just going to go, well, hopefully they'll get a little bit too excited again, and maybe we'll win another team fight where they overextend. Because really, that's your game plan now, is just hope to keep your Nexus alive until D+ run it down. Or otherwise, you know, maybe they won't and you'll lose and we'll see you in game 2.
Let's just say DK has strong arms.
Yeah.
Like Donkey Kong himself, you know, very
Lanky.
strong arms, really good at throwing things. Doesn't matter how heavy the wallets are,
Showmaker,
they
make it
can
collapse
still
on.
be thrown. As, yep, Showmaker could be in a little bit of trouble. He's just going to run warp away, so he's fine. And Shiu, as a response, is just going to take an inhibitor turret. This is what we were hoping to see.
Yes.
After they kill Croco, go back to Baron, and then
Yes.
go back in. Instead, they decided to lose a bit of a team fight first, which is an extra step that we would not recommend. Still, it's working, right? We can't really fault DK. They are playing a little bit fast and loose, but the results speak for themselves. And Shiu is just being so frustrating here on this side lane, on this Aurora.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rainy day today, but Croco's wind is not becoming lightning very often in this one.
No, it is not.
And
It needs really dry weather for that to happen. As an
Yeah.
Australian, we know all about it. You know, if you're from the Northern Territory or around any of these deserts, it's just really hard. Things just go light on fire all the time. All right, the Bros not able to defend any of their inhibitors. However, guess what?
The Nexus is still alive.
Exactly. And as long as you keep that 50 gold to yourself, you can still potentially win the game. However, it is very, very difficult because now you got super minions making things even harder as Croco, my goodness, okay, that's not a back massage anymore. That is just, yeah, that's a lot of damage there from aiming.
Yeah, is it too hard, sir?
Yes, 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 yes. Please, take your boots off. It's okay. The Cyclone comes on forward from Lucid. It's not really a full engage, though, as DK just pull it back. They have now used the Cyclone, but now there are no Nexus turrets. Braum is going to be the target once again, and guess what? Yes, you can kill Braum. You have lost your entire base, and there is now a teleport bringing Shiu back in. Croco takes that as a sign to go, as the rest of DK will just end the game. There it is! Aiming finishes it off. It was a pretty classic DK game, but ultimately, they had the tempo vibes the whole time. They also just had a whole lot of fun.
I liked so much of that game, especially with the lane prio and how they controlled the early game from D+. After that, I don't know why, but I until the Nexus fully exploded, I wasn't ready to trust. Like the last push to end the game, while they had obviously baroned up minions, made it look like D+ were doing like an all-in in a base trade scenario for Elder or something, where everyone had come back. It's like, no, they're just the slow play group and kill the Nexus. Like, you don't have to be so split up that like your Braum is caught and Showmaker's trying to flank the Nexus from the top. Sure, Bro lost the game, but they kept themselves in it with a 7,000 gold lead for a really long time. And I think if you're a D+ fan, you're happy. You got the W on blue side here in game 1. You're happy Aiming is having a great start to the series. Showmaker having a great start to the series, completely destroying closer in lane and farming up a storm. I think you're a little bit concerned with how the rest of the game that should have been kind of a, I know they should have just been able to
Foregone
phone it in and
conclusion.
win. Yeah, foregone conclusion. Didn't end up being that way, but I'm sure they could tighten it up, Atlas, in game 2, surely.
Yeah, that's bound to be what happens, Wolf. That's what we've seen from this team all the time. Never you mind, that's what we're going to get. We're going to tighten up the League of Legends. It's not going to be Riot's group, baby. Don't you worry about that. That's exactly what we're going to get. We're now going to get a short break, though. Then the space is going to break that one down. Then we'll have game number 2. Don't worry, it's going to be more cinema. Man, Showmaker is ready. He's ready to play today. Let's go to that break.
이거 우리 공 있어 아직.
얘네 질러.
뚫릴만 하다.
라이트 위치.
넥서스 밀게.
깨.
여기 하나만 압력.
가야 돼.
나 싸우 3차야? 아, 내가 공 마우스
그냥
나갔다.
타워 칠래?
At the top is where you find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. Yeah, I rise with the stars. From the ground up, I rose from the dark. Every second I've been waiting for this moment. Stop, watch, the time is now. Bow down, the rep counts to 10, that's the end. The bell chimes, my hands up, my name rings, it's my belt. What drives the fight? We'll rise when it's time to shine. When it's time to shine. And yeah, it's time for mine. It seems we're waiting now for most of our lives. I'm in control and I decide to drive to the top of where it's mine designed. It's been gliding, fighting, hands up, it's tiring. Time spent below, they don't forget, I get reminded. Every day reminded of the stress and the test. But the day I get the title of the best, I'ma rise to it. At the top is where you'll find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top. And you know that's where you'll find me now. They already know I won't back down. Best of the best, yeah, I'm the cream of the crop. Always knew that I would rise to the top.
face for this elimination matchup. One of these teams will be going home. D plus Kia do take game number 1 over the Bros. Digon here alongside my very impartial desk. It is Chronicler and the Honorable Judge Harrison Ox joins us as well. And again, impartial, everyone. And just in case it gets a little rowdy, Judge Harrison is here.
Keep calm for now, you know, just game 1. Don't want to be game 1 Andes, right?
Can I talk?
Digon, you have any thoughts?
I think that, you know, when you think about the first couple of fights that we had trying to cross through a 2-time world champion support on Braum, pretty difficult to do, so I understand why the Bros
Is this what we're
struggled.
doing now on the space? We're just rage baiting? Is that the whole thing? Let's look at the actual highlight.
That's all we've ever done.
No, we're locking in. Because this is actually a match that I think early on was a DK special, as in the DK game number 1. They actually did a good job of making Barrel a very enticing target, as it turned out later. This was, I think, the best example they got of that. Really big here is that Lucid shows up, who does have his Triforce finished, and it's a big overextension from the Bro bot side.
Yeah, you know, this is a situation where just going way too deep onto the Braum is obviously a target who can buy a lot of time, committing too heavily and not expecting the Wukong to pounce from a lack of vision. And this wasn't a huge swing, but obviously gave a big edge over the D+ in the early stages of the game.
And this could have actually gone worse. Like, I think they could have gone into an even further deficit in that play right there. Because if either Closer or Hype dies as well, I think that they completely lose control of the early game. It still slowly snowballed from there, but it wasn't really until the mid-game that DK got a truly commanding lead.
Yes, they did so here. If we could read the notes. Bro Vision highlight, cause Wukong jump scary, spooky, scary, wow, wow, wow. Let's take a look.
And it wasn't me that put in the highlight, which is, I think, the weirdest part of it.
It was very honorable kind of text, though, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, it was very spooky. Yeah, I mean, this was a situation where the Wukong... Oh! Yeah, very spooky, scary.
Spooky
wow, wow,
indeed.
wow. That's how I felt about it. Managed to get the jump. The Rumble just gets completely eliminated. They don't manage to blow up Hype initially, but they end up getting corralled into this tight choke point, and Showmaker gets so much value on the rise here. The Shockwave clips him on a train, so he doesn't even get pulled away, and he's just bouncing those... I forgot the name of his Q, but just doing so much damage there.
Yeah, and what for me is really important is that this kind of highlights the good and bad tendencies of both teams. Because I think that we saw in this game, Bro fall behind early, and I think that that's when they really struggle, right? If the Bro and Brew goes their way, it stays even. I think they actually do have good team fighting, but when they fall behind, I think they really struggle. And DK got a 7k gold lead that at no point felt like it, because I think that their mid to late game is still, by a large margin, the weakest out of any of the teams left in play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at those two clips, it looks pretty clean, right?
Yeah.
Really clean, really... Yeah, really straightforward, right?
Well, we are in best of 5s now, so we wanted to give you a little preview of what possibly could come, especially because both these teams were in the Rise group, a group of culture where sometimes things go not the direct path to a win.
You know, obviously he's a legendary player, and I have so much respect for Showmaker, but I just really want to know what the thought process was.
We got him.
Look how deep he is, and he immediately gets turned on, and he's like, don't worry, guys. I have stasis, and I want to know what would have gone through his head in the middle of 4 people in stasis. He's clearly calling for his teammates to help him, but they just end up in more trouble. And sure, this didn't end up costing the game or anything, but it's plays like these that in a game that was closer could have cost the game, and we've seen D+ definitely throw the game away in situations like that before.
And what I think is important to highlight is that this time it was Showmaker, but I think that this is something that the entirety of DK struggles with. These type of plays where they try to make too big a swing, right? Like, Barrel got caught a ton of times in this game. We've seen aiming be way too far up, get punished. We've seen Lucid go for engages that aren't synced. My bigger issue with that play is that it does really, again, speak to the kind of disjointed nature that DK have, and I think that's also why they struggle so much in late game.
See, here's the difference, right? If this was B&K Fear X, everyone would have gotten the Realm Warp together.
But they flash over the wall.
Yeah. They flash over the wall! They would have, in unison, you know? And I feel like it was just Showmaker who went in, and that's why, you know, you talk about the disjointed nature, left him a little bit out to dry.
Yeah, that's where you felt the 7,000 gold lead, where when he locked in, they were able to do so, but that cushion helped prevent the comfort zone of the Bros, which is down lots of thousands of gold, but not more than 10,000 gold. It was a good. I still felt okay about it.
It's kind of interesting because I feel like as DK fans, you get the game 1 win, but it's still worrying, right? Even it's not the cleanest game 1, but it's still a game 1 win. So you're like, oh, I know about that. And for Bros, you're like, we were kind of brewing at the end there. You know, there's hope for either team here. I think that we still see both teams haven't really moved that far from where we last saw them, which probably means this goes to 5.
I also just think game 1 wins for D+. It's so hard to put so much stock in them. I have so little trust, so little faith. I feel like, you know, they need to show more. They need to show that they can get a second, third game. They need to show something in this game too. Even if they lose this game too, show some consistent form and clear up some of the goofiness that we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I would just like to think that, you know, the Bro and Brew doesn't just last for 1 game. It lasts for the series, and so I feel like we're brewing up a good one. 1-0 D plus Kia over Bro. Let's get into game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. Fantastic to hear some truly unbiased analysis of that series. And I think they kind of hit the nail on the head, where it's like, good game 1 win, but we have no idea what to expect.
We really don't. But it was the kind of win that the Bromentum was with Bro at the end. Like, the tempo vibes were with Bro when the Nexus exploded. You were like, okay, well, it's a loss here. However, yeah, let's see what happens in the rest of the series, as there's some discussion here in the I don't want to say coach's booth, but
I do want to remind Bengi as well that they're wearing headsets. So instead of moving closer to CVMAX, he probably should have just moved his microphone closer if he wanted to speak to him more clearly.
Yeah.
That could be a good reminder. I would prefer it if there was a bit more synergy. CVMAX, you can see walking away from him now to say that, hey, by the way, look, it's still just as loud. So things are going to be fine. Glad they've sorted that one out. And now it's time for us to sort out this draft as we move into game number 2. The Bros now on the blue side. And I want to see your bro tax all over that Twitch chat. We're going to need it as the Nico going to start getting banned away first up.
Where will Gwen fall in this second draft as well with no Aurora is a big question. No Rumble either. The Ambessa, of course, a big pick for both of these top laners, even though Morgan's stats don't back that up. I think he's a pretty good Ambessa game.
I think the most recent one was a win.
Yeah.
Okay, he picked up his first win out of 11 games, okay, quite recently, and that means that he's gotten better. That's improvement right there.
Closer keeps drawing these Yone bans, which feels really good if you're a Bro fan, because that's on red side, one of the bans taxed away, and so that's pretty huge. As Nico gets banned this time very early in the draft, the Poppy will also be taken away.
Croco could get Pantheon here pretty comfortably.
He certainly could.
I think they banned Talia. I think that would probably be a good choice.
Okay.
Never mind, it's going to be the Trundle. So the Pantheon is definitely what they're aiming for.
Well, if you ban Pantheon, it's the trade. You definitely don't want to ban Azir or the Talia here, because I think both of those picks right now in my mind are better than the Pantheon. The Talia still gives you a global effect, so...
I mean, Showmaker, he does love playing Ahri.
If you just ban something completely different, you can get Azir plus Pantheon or Talia plus Pantheon, as CV Maxes love to have. So I'm surprised he did ban the Pantheon. If they first pick Azir, you get Talia Pantheon, but they banned the Pantheon, and I guess we are going to get a first pick Talia into Azir plus...
Nah, it's going to be Vi Ahri.
No!
I mean, I guarantee the Ahri's coming through. I don't know whether he needs to pick it right here. Can save it for 3 if they've got something a little bit more high priority. But we'll just have to see where DK's minds are. It's like Jarvan or Vi and Ahri is like almost a guarantee.
I think you could have been comfortable to play Azir here, but yeah, I mean, this is what Showmaker likes. This is what they're doing, and it is with the Ahri lock. I think definitely going to be the Vi. Just too simple.
Yeah.
And with the Pantheon ban, this all makes sense. Let's see what the response is going to be, because you could just... We've seen teams actually just push the 80 character. Like BNK did this yesterday, where they just pushed a Kai'Sa in and deny here. You could go for that, and there's no Nico, unfortunately. So if you had like a Nico lane here, you could try to just avoid going straight into that Vi pick. Instead, we're just going to push the Renekton up. Okay.
That's an interesting one, as Croco, never mind, he is going to take a leaf out of the Raptor book and pick up the Doggo.
The difference, though, between this Nefiri pick and the Raptor Nefiri pick is Raptor is picking it where he has the ability to pressure the bottom lane, knowing the lane matchup, picking it later in the draft, picking it right here.
Yeah, and also
is a little bit interesting.
Also, they're set up on the top side of the map, but you are double AD, and there is, like, Talia is not set up in herself. That's why she pairs so well with things that
Anything
can
has CC. Yeah.
Exactly. Nefiri does not have CC.
Picking Scion into Renekton is also an interesting choice here.
But picking it into Nefiri, that feels good.
Yeah, I think that's the main reason why they do lock this down. Although we have seen Nefiri can just simply avoid the Scion and get into the backline instead. We don't know what the backline is going to be just yet, but when you have Scion plus Ahri, it always feels very strange compositionally, right? Because you're like, we got this pick comp, but we're also kind of looking to front to back a little bit. You know, we've got a big scaling 80 carry coming, surely. The Kai'Sa is an obvious ban. I mentioned they could have picked it away, but they decided to ban it here in the second phase instead.
I think like a Sivir ban could also work pretty well at the same time. But we'll see where they do decide to go. Obviously, Sivir feels like she adds enough utility as well as being a bit of a hyper carry for the later stages of the game. They're not representing that much range to really cause too many problems.
It's kind of... I'm very nervous for Hypeways in the play here because they could just ban Ezreal. They banned Kalista.
Interesting.
Because now you want something that can cut through the Scion, but also those champions are pretty vulnerable to Ahri Vi. So... It is a little bit tricky to kind of draft around here in terms of your composition. As well, we just see a fourth 80 carry ban here in the second phase. Yeah, Zeri works decently here for D+. Sivir was one you mentioned that's really strong, and they could have even tried to run Jinx because it scales well and pairs well with the Ahri Vi. They didn't ban the Jinx, maybe. I mean, there'd be an angle here.
Yeah, the double reset value is actually kind of high, right? Like that's how you turn this somewhat single target composition. Of course, Scion does do a lot of AoE stuff, but he's a tank. But Ahri Vi is very good at killing one target, and so you then get excited, and then you mow up the rest of them.
I feel always guilty that we point out these Jinx angles when you and I both know in the LCK.
Oh, it's definitely not happening.
Never, ever. But we're like, this would be a great Jinx angle. It won't be, though.
We're going to add more single target pick instead, which can then flow over into more CC. Thanks, Chains of Corruption. That could work, as the Varus has been locked in.
Honestly, on-hit Varus would have gone pretty hard for Bros comp, too. Now they have a tough lane match. Like, now it's a little bit trickier to play the Ezreal I was mentioning into this lane matchup, even if it's not Lethality Varus, which I don't think it will be. Going for Jhin, which follows up pretty well for Renekton Nefiri. Actually, kind of a nice Jhin angle here.
I don't mind it on the Bro side. I actually think that if Aiming had have picked the Jhin, it would have just been done deal. We're going to a best of 3. But Varus does do a fair bit of damage, especially if you're going to go the on-hit build, and he is able to keep himself safe.
Don't rel, Palu.
I'm worried about Bard.
Don't rel.
I'm very worried about Bard.
Bard, you can do some stuff with. It's hard. It's hard, but like you can kind of do some things.
But it's Polo, so I just don't know about it. As the Nautilus will be locked away. I actually think this is great. I think Beryl would have loved to play Nautilus in this position.
You 100% do. Also, it's pretty good into Ahri Vi because you can re-engage with it very well and punish those overextensions by just pressing R and clicking on Ahri. She can't really outplay it with her ultimate very much.
Yep.
Works well with the Nefiri, works well with Talia.
It's Janna time.
Just
do it, Beryl.
It's rel time.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I don't know if it should be rel time, but it is rel time.
We're just going to barrel down the lane.
Barrel.
Barrel. Yeah.
This is a bit of a weird one, Atlas, in terms of drafts. You know, we talk about a lot at the beginning of the day. Both coaches talked a lot about how it's not always about the top tier picks. It's about the composition you build. And I look at these two drafts, and I'm like, not sure about the compositions we've built.
I mean,
I like D+'s comp more, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think that,
it's easier.
It does have a pretty straightforward style. If they fall behind, they will do no damage, and that is problematic. I think Morgan's Renekton, if he's in a good spot in this game, could actually take over, and that could be very scary. And we know that the Nefiri really is a lot of X factor as well. We've seen Raptor really demonstrate some mastery on how to get value and get ahead early on this champ. And this composition, if it does find that early advantage, is very, very scary.
Yeah, the engage is so simple for the side of D+. And as long as they don't blow it all on a Nefiri who can just go untargetable and dance away, not to mention any teams who tried to do that yesterday, then I think they can win almost any team fight. Like, the Jhin is so vulnerable as long as you get the right angle of attack. But if you overextend in this comp that Bro put together, it is so incredibly punishing. Any Talia comp can be, but with a rel, Here, if you mess up your engage, you lose your support. D+ don't have necessarily big damage. If you're behind, like you mentioned, it's tough.
Yep, and the follow-up from the Jhin will always be there as well. Let's see how it goes as we jump onto the Rift for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the series. Can Bro pull it back and turn this into a best of 3? Guarantee 4 games.
Ooh, Lucid with a massive gold lead here.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's all over. This snowball's already a-rolling. 6 gold?
Yeah.
And the Bros don't even get to ping on the ward? Oh, it's a disaster.
Yeah.
As Morgan is toy Renekton. Having a good time walking up to the Lumberjack.
Renektoy.
Sorry, that
Use
is
the terminology.
I should use the terminology. I apologize. Renektoy. I'll
It is the
write,
best Renekton skin.
I do need to write a public apology for that one. I will do that one later. As I mentioned previously, I don't own a ukulele. I could try to do something on a guitar, but I just haven't practiced. So I'm just not very good these days. Never was. Not gonna lie.
Well, this Renekton into Sion is going to feel pretty good in this early game. Morgan's already ready to get into the thick of things in the top lane, as you guys can see on the mini-map, as this ward will be cleared by Palu. Well, he'll scan it, and it'll be cleared by Hype.
Yep.
You guys know what I mean. And this early game is going to be about barrel fishing. What he can find in this 2v2 will determine who ends up getting ahead, but naturally the Jhin is quite potent.
Yeah, pretty good at this early game. Oh, having a look, it is going to be Lethality Varus.
Oh, yeah.
Out of aiming.
That's a good call.
Has taken the Comet, so isn't likely going to be building towards any attack speed.
I'm not sure if I think it's not very strong right now, but I think in the comp I don't hate it because it's just great follow-up to any single target that gets hit by the Ahri.
Speaking of getting hit, he gets hit by the Deadly Flourish, as never mind actually, Beryl tanked that one up, but that is still going to be a terrible result here for DK bottom side.
It's a trap to think that you can play Rel at level 1. I think it's like Rel is like the new Alistar. I mean, how many lanes do I have to watch for you're like, I think I can do this? No, you can't do this.
Whoa. One more link in the chain and Polly would have found that. This guy is kind of locked in on this Nautilus so far.
Do not want to be hit by those hooks, D+ bottom laners.
Well, they are not going to get hit by it anymore because they are, thankfully, underneath their turret. Beryl setting up the CS here quite nicely.
Yeah, it's going to be a +1 here to aiming.
Nicely done.
Surely.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, Beryl's got his back.
That's beautiful. Beryl with the proc, able to lock that one down. Very nicely done. So as you say, going to be ahead by just a little bit, but it's nothing to really write home about.
Very scary when you're walking up like this as the Rel, because if you get hit by the Nautilus and Hype 4-shots you, it is not what you want, but he times it well with the last hit the Hype was looking for there on the minion. They're trying to contest for cannon. Really watching this bottom 2v. It's the new way, because this lane often is the decider of early games.
I do think that it's not actually going to be the decider of the game, though.
No.
I think that these are going to be supporting cast members. And if there is a snowball, for example, from even Lucid in this game, but Showmaker especially, that's where DK are able to get themselves some leads.
Yeah, Showmaker, like, this is kind of the way that if we go all the way back to, hold up, we're going to have Shiu as a target of a dive.
Yep, level 4 gank this time around as Morgan is going to be slicing over. Everyone's flashing for Shiu, who does shield himself up. He's still alive as Croco comes over and will be able to pick up the kill with the bleed. Still, that was a lot closer than I think a lot of people were expecting. Shiu going to try and keep himself alive on this wave, actually picking up so much of this farm before it does all go down, and he can then teleport back up as Lucid walks over a ward to get back up here. Okay. Nice first blood, though, going over to Croco.
This is what you do with Nefiri, and even though Sion is considered very strong into Nefiri at these early levels with no items in his inventory, especially with how much damage he took from Morgan in the lane that we weren't watching, very easy to just dive on him. He handles it well. He flashes here, right? But the aggro is reset by Croco's W, and that's like that part of her kit is basically designed for this. And so she just resets it and says, all right, well, one more Q will do it. See you later. Down here, this lane resetting a little bit as well. You can see that Hype was denied a cannon moments before last time we were taking a look at this, but what I was mentioning about the B&K series for D+, the last one they had in regular season, that was the series where Lucid had the insane pop-off Xin Zhao game, and then Showmaker had the insane pop-off Ari game. And so many games with D+, you're like, if you just trust these individual players to pop off and carry, like, who cares about what happens in the mid game? Who cares what happens in those late game team fights? Showmaker's fed, he's going to realm warp into the base, it doesn't matter. And that's kind of been the MO for D+, and this comp definitely does allow for those types of scenarios, as Paulo being such a bro here.
He absolutely is. Hype going to be able to make it up and pick up the majority of these minions, as Shu didn't actually teleport to get himself back to lane.
Yeah, and he is going to look like just hold this for the lane swap. And that's going to work out. Actually works out perfectly here for D+, where they get the dragon and get the lane swap during it, as Beryl just hangs around here for a moment and can go and rejoin.
Yep, the dangers of a lane freeze, which is obviously what Paulo was looking for there by holding that wave. So they're going to be caught a little off guard, as Shu doesn't manage to get the knock up here. Aiming going to turn up. And so Morgan now getting the news that things have kind of changed. There is still a Neferi in the area. Nice little seismic shove here on to Showmaker, who gets hit by the hook of Paulo. Will have to use that Spirit Rush in order to get himself to safety. So that is another big tool now down.
Yeah. As this shouldn't amount to anything.
But Doggo is, sorry, Doggo. Croco just going to be throwing around some hot dogs, which is why I had Doggo on the mind.
Miss Doggo.
An 80 carry that is not in this league.
No. Does occasionally try to make some appearances, though, in other Korean international tournaments.
Yeah, we cast him in Kesper Cup, right?
Yeah.
That was cool.
Alongside players like Woody.
That was in one of Maple's last games ever.
Yeah.
But now he's unretired.
Last games ever until he unretired, yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to keep up, you know? It's kind of like farewell tours that obviously make a lot of money.
When
a lot of people go on multiple.
Yeah, when you are kind of the best player in your region, is the most famous player in your region, you try to retire, people just keep trying to give you money, and you're like, okay.
I guess I will. I guess it's fine. Also, he played well in Kesper Cup.
No, he really did. He was the
MSF mid guy.
Yeah. As this game is slowed down a little bit here, Grub spawn in 40 seconds, and you know, it's a relatively even game state here. Obviously, the top side dive was a success. Showmaker with a lead in mid, did not have to flash. His ult being on cooldown has not been punished, of course. Paulo making some big impacts in this game so far, which is a good sign, as we're going to commit the ult here.
Yeah, some curtains getting cold on here, as Hype is just going to try and use it to clear out the wave. Shiu gets that message, and he's like, no. That last shot is not going to work out.
Got the cannon.
Yeah, he does get the cannon. Shiu does punish him decently well.
Yeah, we've talked a little bit about, and Ox loves to talk about, the fact that Jin doesn't hurt Sion.
Yes.
Doesn't do it, so sometimes you got to ult to make sure you can keep control. Grubs are live, by the way, and D+ have a trap set here with Lucid.
Yeah, the flash forward, Chains of Corruption going to connect there, as well as the kitchen sink hits the Renekton. He slices and dices, though, and Aiming has to flash, but he does pick up the first kill for DK. They heal to get themselves back out here as well, as Showmaker has started off these Grubs, understanding that they have the man advantage for only 10 seconds time. A teleport can bring Morgan back in, but that may be enough time for DK to be able to lock at least one of these Grubs down. Smite is going to be invested, and they are just going to get themselves out, as Closer, holding onto the seismic shove, does find it here onto Showmaker in the end.
And Closer's Taliyah has been so insane this year. Like, he had so many great Taliyah games, whereas in the past it was such a weak point for him champion-wise, in my mind. He did not, however, Weaver's Wall into that fight, try to turn it when Morgan was being focused. Morgan does go down. They end up losing the first Grub. They'll secure the next two. And Grub's not the most important in this game with like a Scion and a Renekton. It's not a hard winning side lane comp. The Taliyah can do okay. This is just an engage on the Morgan. Chains of Corruption's on the follow-up, so he gets to press R, and he barely gets to press Q. Like, he almost doesn't even get to press Q. That was the mindset. If he does get to press Q, then Aiming has to flash. Beryl actually heals to help the retreat there from Aiming, but 100% worth for Aiming, who has now got his Dirk and Retrix in inventory and is pretty accelerated in this game. And I kind of like a Fed Varus more than a Fed Renekton.
Oh, it's game over, Wolf.
Missed a few of them.
Yeah, he just straight up missed the Deadly Flourish.
Yeah.
That's a very expensive miss.
Hype did not have the great early game on the Jhin. That was not the part where he had the good game.
No.
It was the later part, the very latest part, in fact.
Oh, Shiu does have the anti-Renekton items now complete. Morgan is going to have the anti-Scion item completed relatively soon, but as you can see, as of right now, Shiu is feeling way better in this lane. It's kind of nuts, as he's going to find some Q damage, going to ignore these minions. Bramble Vest value going to be working out there as well.
Yeah.
As
the Fury, okay, hold up, Morgan.
Wait a second.
He does have ult.
Yeah, so I don't think he's under any threat of death or anything like that, but if he does have to ult, then that means that he is a definite target here.
I mean, Lucid is...
Lucid?
He is topside, like you say, with his ult coming back online, so Morgan's actually just going to channel it back here, get his health back. TP coming in for closer as Palu gets that vision cleared in the river. Hype's having a pretty good laning phase here, all things considered in this game. They have a ton of vision around this dragon that's about to spawn here. Maybe this time we'll see that Weaver's Wall entrance and Bro trying to look for a full contest. Morgan does not have TP, Shiu does, and his ultimate, so he plus absolutely should be able to contest. That's not going to help the contest.
Yeah, that's a pretty opportunistic use of the ulti there.
Got it.
Out of aiming. It would have just got a cleanse, if anything. So not exactly going to be the most impactful, but...
D+, going to need Shiu here if they're going to fight for this.
Yep, they've got a lot of vision because they do, of course, still have that crab. But Croco going to have to bounce over that wall, and now DK with full control of this area. Morgan, no teleport, no chance. And let's see whether Croco can actually make something happen. They engage on him, and that is how you blow up the Nefiri. You just kill him in one shot.
Or mind control him to look for a steal, yeah.
Something like that. Hextech Dragon is going to be the soul for this game as Shiu teleports back towards that top side. They had to sacrifice some plates for it, but I think they're going to say worth. Still, they don't have a gold advantage, but Double Dragon
into Hextech? Yeah, I'd say so in this game. With the Varus, Lethality Varus, as well as going to be looking to poke and slow. Then your Ahri can hit charms better. So looking very good for D+ in this second game here, despite, like you said, the gold lead not being there just yet, but they certainly have a lot of ways to get one. And it's only this Renekton that has an advantage over a Scion that is the reason why they don't, because they're winning everywhere else in small increments. Croco has Blast Cone, and he also has his W and Flash, so he's kind of like, I should be able to get out here, but he's just chain CC'd to death.
Yeah. And Beryl even gets delivered towards closer as well. That's exactly what Beryl wanted, you could imagine.
Oh, 100%.
And Showmaker overflowing with essence there. And so no way for a follow-up fight. As DK, first fights have looked pretty good so far this series. I think if you're a Bro fan, first, get your Brotax in. There's a button there for a reason. That's going to help Polu land things like this, as the exhaust going to be used on him there as well. As nice double knockup. Beryl is going to die. Can they do some more work towards Showmaker, as the curtain call underground is a very confusing phenomenon, but Hype is just going to cancel that one in the end.
Morgan sees an angle here.
Yeah, gonna pop the Dominus as Shiu. Let's see whether he can find an angle to ult his way out. Decides instead to use it to CC the Renekton. Fully charges the Q. And Morgan not gonna be able to find too much because Lucid shows up. 5 seconds on the cease and desist. That would have been a dead Renekton, even with a Talia in the area.
Scary stuff. Croco was also there, and Closer came up. Very, very scary fight potentially there for D+ had they extended into that further. But I think both teams taking the right and safest call there, as we are going to have plates dispelled here in 20 seconds time. I think when I look at this game state here, I'm like, okay, both teams have insane single target. Team fights are going to get brawly. But I like the fact that Shiu is able to, despite being nearly 800 gold down, it could just be silent. Like, he could still be a front lane, he could still be tanky. You're not going to pick him very easily in moments like this, right? And in 5v5s, I do favor D+ later on because the comp is simple. Beryl here, not being very respectful, and you can see the Jhin follow-up is just so simple. But, like, every single win for these teams so far has been, I CC you, I CC you again. And I CC you one more time.
I CC you and I go and
you see you, I CC you.
Yeah. Just to let you guys know, CU is also a convenience store here in Korea, so it's very confusing when Wolf is saying CC you over and over again.
Yeah, the slogan is nice to see you.
It is.
But not for these comps, it's nice to CC you.
Yeah. We just add an extra C, And it's not talking about corn chips, it's about crowd control. Okay, there we go. Do you have CCs in America? Is that a corn chip brand for you guys, or is that an Australian thing?
But they do sell corn chips at the CU.
Ah, so we can, but not CCs, I don't think.
Just corn chips in general.
Okay, never mind. So a bit of a, for the Aussies out there, you might get it. I don't know whether they're even still around. Maybe old Aussies. Never mind. The Bros still hanging on. They still have a little bit of a gold advantage as well. We don't have any feats of strength going over to any team just yet. The next kill for either side will be able to get that. You'll also get one for taking your first turret to see who can actually get that one down the lowest. Top lane did take a couple of plates worth of damage. You can see also here on this bottom side, things looking a little worse for wear on the DK side. I think plates is actually where Bro have made a lot of their money.
Yeah, and the... again, next Dragon here is really pivotal for D+. Like, if they get Soul Point here, they can kind of do whatever they want for the rest of the mid-game.
Ooh, Beryl. Deadly Flourish comes down again, and he's caught by another hook.
I see you, I CC you!
Yeah. There was definitely a lot of CCU there.
And now they're just going to get this Herald, and because the Dragon doesn't spawn for 40 more seconds here, it's not like D+ can make a trade for this. They either have to try to contest this Herald, or they're going to have to just regroup and maybe look for some vision on Dragon. Surely, right?
Lucid is wrapping around. They're looking for the poke damage, of course, with Avaris in here. It is a possibility, but there is a Renekton now channeling the teleport behind him, and now the engage onto Lucid. Can he actually get in here? I think it's a successful disengage thus far, but it is going to be the Rift Herald going over to the Bros. Now can they find the team fight? That's the question. Is Aiming having to deal with a crocodile on top of him, and he gets shoved right back into the melee. Now we do have the return of Beryl, but he's a little too late. It is going to be Lucid taking down the support, but I think he will be the sacrifice as there is a slice ready for Morgan, as Showmaker going to have to flash away. Shattering Strike from Beryl to try and save his mid laner, and Croco just gets Magnet Stormed so that Showmaker can survive.
But that's no Magnet Storm for the Dragon, so that doesn't feel great. Shiu is at basically no health here. I'm just going to 4-shot him.
Yeah, Seismic Shove going to pull him back in as well. Yeah, oh! The curtains have been called. This is going to take some serious DDR from Shiu, who is going to be able to walk his way out of it. Never mind, very nimble is the Lumberjack Scion.
All right, so we're just putting all the buttons on cooldown, except Lucid's ult.
Oh, but that is going to be feats of strength over to the Bros.
Yeah, bro.
Unless Morgan just dies to the turret. Never
mind.
My
God.
That would have been feats of strength.
He doesn't have
still
TP.
Could be. How much health? How much health on that thing?
He doesn't have TP. Like, they actually are not going to get the Dragon anymore. Like, what? They spent so much trying to kill Showmaker and fail. They spent so much trying to kill Scion.
They're going to teleport Closer up to at least lock down feats of strength. So there that is. I think that would have already happened, I think, to the minions, but that's totally fine. The Soul Point is going to be taken for free.
Yeah. Aiming in danger? Question mark? Maybe not.
Aiming in danger confirmed. Beryl may be more danger because he's just often in danger by existing on the map.
Bro, you were the Dragon team. Remember?
You were the chosen ones. You had the high ground.
I remember when Bro were the Kingslayers and they beat Damwon Kia and like,
hey,
all King Lava. And
okay, but they still do have a gold lead.
True.
They have feats of strength.
True.
They took the mid lane out of turret. They've done some stuff. They're landing every single shove. And Shiu is just dead. Shiu is also playing a tank. We haven't actually mentioned this, but he has struggled on the tanks so far here in the Rise group.
Well, you know the gift that keeps giving is I see you, I CC in this game. Like, it's actually wild. Like, we saw that flank from Lucid on the Herald earlier. They saw him. They CC'd him.
Yep.
And this just continues to be a thing. Scion, he takes a long time to kill, but they will CC him.
Well, oh, that hook was beautiful. And the follow-up is going to be there as well as the Nefiri grabs herself a kill onto the Foxy Lady. Closer is going to get exhausted, but it's not really going to be much there for DK.
Of these 10 champions, by the way, only Croco does not really have CC.
Yeah.
And he has a button to get out of CC, so he's kind of winning.
And that's why I was kind of worried, right? Because Closer's got follow-up CC, not CC. However, if you've got a Nautilus, a Jhin, and a Renekton, you're going to be able to lock down a target.
Like, watch what happens when you see someone, right? She was like, I've been seen, okay?
So you see them.
They're like, the Closer's like, oh my god, I see him, he's right there.
And
boom,
then you
CC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I get it now.
Yeah, it's kind of kind of mind-blowing. Showmaker's just playing bullet hell, trying not to get CC'd. He's like, they saw me! Damn it!
They CC'd me! No!
I mean, it's actually so silly how easy it is to get picks with this comp for Bro.
Yep.
When you're ahead, like, it was
and now they're 4.3k gold ahead. So before, it was Soul Point, and they were down 1,000 gold. That is totally fine for DK.
But
this is getting to the danger zone.
But for D+, if you have map control, it's the same thing. Like, they see somebody, they CC them, right? With the Vi, Ahri, Varus. We've already seen it. Like, they've done it multiple times in this game, but when you're down vision, you don't get to see them, so you can't CC them, and that's where we are.
Well, Lucid is going to see Croco. I just don't know whether that's actually going to do anything. As the Bros now moving over, 2 items already for this Nefiri. As, all right, Beryl looking for a Magnet Storm angle. It could be a big one. Charm lands onto Croco. They don't get too much follow-up, and Lucid down to below half health. Hype is just bullying.
Shield on the flank, seen, so I'm not sure what might happen to him.
Does that mean he'll get C-seen?
Nah, he left. He got off vision real quick.
Okay, there we go.
He's just out of range, okay?
Yeah,
you also have to be in range.
Well, Croco and his little hot dogs making their way towards the Otacon here.
Okay, the turn has to be pretty crisp here. Showmaker has TP. They do not have vision, but they're very aware of this. TP from Beryl as well. They should be able to come for a contest, but like, they need to be faster about this.
Yeah, Hook is going to connect onto a wall here as Lucid, okay for the moment, does get over and does have to flash to get out of the way of the seismic shove. Magnet Storm pulling a couple of them in, but Beryl is still going to fall down. Polu flashes away to not suffer the same fate as the seismic shove is going to be avoided. Cease and desist as Lucid will trade his life, but this time Croco gets to go untargetable, and it is just kind of a disaster here for DK as Bro, they're seeing a target, and then they're CCing a target, and then they're killing a target.
This is the gift just keeps on giving with this comp. Like, you could just make it happen every single team fight. The wild thing about this is Bro actually make the decision to turn. They have Paulo set up, and like, I think old Bro might have just held the Otacon here and given D+ an in, but they say no, we have a Talia, we have a Nautilus, and you know what, Atlas? The Otacon is immune to CC. So
oh no!
They're like, you know what? We can't CC that. Here's a Weaver's Wall, and Lucid gets cut off, gets CC'd. He has to flash the second part of the CC there, and yeah, the D+ are just not set up here, obviously. They're trying to come in for an Otacon contest, but the trap was sprung. Aiming gets ulted here. Lucid doing a great job to peel for him, but he's, you know, they just don't have any control here. She was completely cut off on the other side, and I mean, it was a nice try to keep aiming alive, and you did, but you had to die for it. Shio also on the side here, just picked off as an added bonus. Shio, he's such a flanker, man. He shouldn't be a flanker sometimes on these.
Yeah, he needs to be a frontliner.
Yeah, he's kind of flanking when he needs to be frontlining.
Yeah, and look, if you can actually dictate when the fights happen, that can work out, but now it's 34 petals to 3.
Oh, they didn't CC him!
We're going to all in onto Morgan, who does get on top of aiming. It looked a little scary for a moment, and in fact, it is. As is the Talia locking down a kill. Beryl's going to be the next one to die. Yes, you took down the Lord, but we will kill all of you as the revenge comes in from the Bros. Yeah, I think Morgan's probably typing Worth.
Yeah, I do think so. He also avoided the charm very deftly there. And first dragon for Bro. It's not too much to write home about on its own, but the gold they picked up in the ensuing fight from the pick onto Morgan as 4 kills worth is definitely where they're going to be pointing their fingers here if you're looking at the game state to their 7,000 gold lead. We had one for D+ in game 1. Now the pendulum has well and truly swung as Morgan here is a Renekton. So look at where Shiu is, by the way, so far away.
He avoids all the CC as well.
Exactly, like they saw him, but they couldn't CC him. That's the thing. But even if he didn't avoid it, I still think the result is the same because Bro just rotate over so quickly here. Another Weaver's Wall from Closer gets him in. The follow-up is just so easy with this Nefiri. And like Renekton lives so long. It's unfortunate, maybe he would have lived a little bit less long if they hit him with the CC, but still the collapse was going to be there.
Yeah, and she once again was just a spectator. So hasn't really been getting in front to make things happen. The rest of the team looking a little hyphy, to be perfectly honest. I don't want to blame the young player on the top side of the map too much, but the tank play is not really being much of a thing to write home about at this point in time.
We kind of mentioned at the draft, like whoever gets ahead is going to just roll over the game because of all the dive and single target pick there is. The Scion is kind of the most awkward part of this because he does have CC, right? He can set up a CC chain or follow up on one, but when you're behind, he's just a a big CC target. Like, he's got quite a big hitbox to seismic shove into all the other forms of damage. And Showmaker's caught again.
Yep, another hook. Polu is just going insane today. It's looking real good. The Magnet Storm is kind of decent here from Beryl, though. That will kill Croco as in goes Lucid. Now they're starting to get some of these resets for aiming as Close are the next one to be locked down, but they run out of damage, they run out of buttons, and they may run out of AD carry as well, as the Curtain's thankfully going to get blocked by Lucid. Shiu does finally find himself in amongst the fray, but he is just going to get murdered for it. So Seismic Shove going to be avoided there by Lucid, and it's a 2-for-2 trade.
They don't have their jungler to do Baron here, even though it is spawned now, so they will reset. I think try to clear as many waves as possible. Hype's actually going to stick it for this wave to try to do some extra damage to the turret. He's going to put a significant amount into it, if not take it outright. So sure, they don't get Baron, but they do end up winning the longer fight there, and will eventually get this turret. TP to help secure here for Paulo, and now they can wrap over towards it. Croco has respawned, and with all the vision they have, I think they could probably, just as soon as they group, start the Baron. Paulo Hex Flash into this. Like, you can't even blame Showmaker for this. I mean, sure, he could have flashed, but you don't want to use your flash if you could help it, and everything just happens so fast. The rest of his teammates are also there, so I think he's thinking, okay, maybe they can actually help me turn this before I die. Does end up dying, and yes, they end up getting these picks here. It's an overextension slightly, but this is the thing about Jhin. When you have this insane front line and so much easy pick, like, it's so easy to just say, well, you're stuck here now. Like, you guys may have won the battle, but we win the war.
And it didn't quite work out for DK. It was better than a lot of the other fights have been, though, as we're all of a sudden right into another one. Weave as well comes down as Lucid on a flank angle. Good flash there from Beryl, gets him out of the way of Polo, who has a magnetic anchor in this game. Still an 8,000 gold lead, Wolf. It is still the circling of the drain here for DK. Seismic Shove after the deadly flourish. You can fish for these all day on the side of the Bros, and now the Curtains are going to be called. In goes the Scion, dead on arrival here, as we can see. Maybe the Zombie can get some DPS happening, as Morgan is just going to melt aiming with basically just his ultimate. It's a quadra kill in the end for Hype. And if Morgan hadn't have just Dominus to kill aiming, that could have even been a penta, but that is going to be an ace here for the Bros. And I think a guaranteed best of 3, a guaranteed at least 4 games here on the day, as the Bros just ran circles around DK this game.
Oh yeah, and Lucid was just a sandbag to be ripped apart in so many of these exchanges. And the Taliyah pick working a treat here. They did not trade it for Azir. They went for the Ahri Vi, and they just got dismantled. High volatility on the comp here for D+, and bro, they struck first, they struck hard, and they struck fast. Around the top side objectives is where they really started to build their lead. Showmaker does not look happy, because that's Ahri Vi in your Fearless, gone for the rest of the series. Scion also removed, and Shiu, I'm not sure if that should have been the pick for him in this draft. They decided to go for it into the Renekton face up.
I mean, you say that, I'm, as a DK fan, very happy that Ahri is gone and Scion is gone, because yes, Showmaker has found some good games and some good performances on the Ahri, but I think the pick isn't good at this point in time. You can see definitely represented in this game. Shiu should not be playing tanks, so thankfully that is a tank out of the pool that he now cannot play. That is very good.
Now ban Ornn.
And I think Lethality Varus is just straight up not good at this point in time. So at least now Aiming can't play that. But that just means that this game looked a little atrocious on the side of DK.
Yeah, composition didn't really fully come together for them. They fell behind, and I think it's back to the drawing board here for D+ and CV Max.
Yep, let's see whether CV Max has some plans here for game number 3, but it is now all tied up in this best of 5. See who can do it. It's do or die for both DK and Bro. Next up, going to be the Space after this short break.
누르자 이거. 눌러. 야 이번에 미담 싸움 낼 것 같은데 얘들아? 싸움 내자 이거. 밀어 넣자 이거. 밀어 넣자 이거. 앞라인부터 좀 해봐. 아예 보여줄게. 싸움 천천히 밀자. 나 공격해 와봐. 근데 공격도 예쁘고. 야 나 펜타인데? 미안해 나 공으로 잡았어. 아니 나 허들하라도. 합하면 끝날 것 같은데 30초 안 되는 거 같아.
그러면서 오늘도 아티도 막 응원해주고 있고 오늘이 얼마나 중요한 날인지 사실 선수들의 표정만 보더라도 느껴지고 있잖아요.
네, 경기 시작 안 할게요. 천천히 내려와요.
네.
천천히 내려와. T1 제제.
아티님 혼자 가는?
전체적으로 안 나왔던 것도 있고.
네, 지금 캐리아 선수가 이 인터뷰의 주인공이긴 한데요. 여기 뒤로 보이는 아띠가 너무 귀엽습니다. 한마디 해주실까요? 오늘 좀 길조가 된 것 같아요.
고맙다. 고맙다.
지금 아띠가 엄청 열렬한 눈빛으로 사랑을 보내고 있어요.
고맙긴 한데 약간 안에 누가 있는지 봐가지고 좀 이래서 좀 곤란하네요. 안 봤어야 되는데 이게 참 고맙습니다. 감사합니다. 존댓말 할 수밖에 없네요.
팬 취업풀에서 지면은 삼계탕이 될 수도 있다 이런 얘기가 있었는데
지원 팬분이 못하면 3개가 나. 아 정말.
뒤에서 엄청 응원을 열심히 한 친구가 있었어요. 누군지 아세요?
아티?
알고 계시나요?
네.
기운 많이 받으셨나요?
팬분들과 같이 열심히 응원해줘서 너무 고맙고 아티가 오늘 와가지고 직접 봤는데 굉장히 크더라고요. 또 그래서 큰 기운 많이 받아간 것 같습니다. 아티야 고마워.
캐리아가 반대편에 기다리고 있고요.
장로는요. 채웠습니다.
대회장 와서 제 그 얼굴을 보고 있으면 좀 많은 생각이 드는 것 같습니다. 좀 신기하게 생긴 것 같고요. 뭔가 저런 때가 있었구나 그런 생각이 드는 것 같습니다.
짧은 머리 치고는 그래도 못 볼 정도 아닌 것 같아서 괜찮은 것 같습니다. 우재가 좀 쉽지 않아요. 우재가 사진 보니까는 좀 쉽지 않은데 쉽지 않아요. 한마디로 쉽지 않습니다. 짧은 머리는 제가 더 잘 어울리는 것 같습니다. 우재가 더 전투력이 강하니까 더 잘 어울리는 거 아닐까요? 그러면 전투력이 더 세 보입니다. 롤 잘해 보여요. 사진을 원래 1년에 2번 정도 찍어가지고 바꿨던 걸로 기억하는데 올해는 이제 그렇게 안 하더라고요. 당황스럽긴 한데 그래도 이제 한 해가 얼마 안 남았기 때문에 애매해지지 않았나. 바꿔주면 바꿔주는 거고 또 안 바꿔주면 안 바꿔주는데 그냥 딱히 신경 안 쓰고 살고 있습니다. 이 LCK 안에서 그런 머리 스타일의 사진을 하고 있는 게 2명밖에 없어가지고 항상 동질감이 있었는데 저밖에 안 남아서 좀 외로운 것 같습니다. 아마 이제 내년에는 다른 빡빡이 선수들이 아마 있을 것 같은데 좀 기대하고 있겠습니다. 저는 이제 사진 빨리 치워버리도록 하겠습니다.
펜타. 야 펜타. 야 이 개. 야 펜타 가겠네 진짜. 야야야야 내놔봐 일단. 야 어디가? 미니스키는 케어해.
뺏어줘. 응 안 된다니까요. 다음에 또 기회가 오면 도와주겠지만 잘 먹도록.
사우드 가자! 테레라 달려들면서 테리가 버스트 오너 예 너무 세요 그냥 야 펜타 가겠네 진짜 이건.
끊었어. 바텀에 라이즈.
야 펜타 가보자 펜타.
도발으로 빠질게.
맛있네. 나 굶었어. 너무 그러지 마 지훈아.
오늘은 확실히 챙겨주려는 스탠스였고 이 친구들이 되게 착해졌구나 생각을 많이 했습니다. 아까 인터뷰할 때 제가 좀 이런 식으로 이야기하니까 뭔가 째려보더라고요. 그래서 좀 무서웠습니다.
아니 아무도 안 뺏었어요.
사실 이게 원래 맞게 된 롤인데 이제 그 전까지는 너무 좀 친구들이
펜타를 안 뺏었더니 팀원에 대한 고마움을 모르고 너무 당당한 모습 보기 좋습니다.
감사합니다.
앞으로 이제 그럼 펜타 욕심은 없으신 건가요?
아니죠. 이 기록을 유지하려고 이제 계속 욕심이 낼 것 같습니다. 다음에도 잘 부탁해 얘들아. 알겠지?
And another Bro and Brew in game number 2 happens. This time, a different result. The Bros look dominant and close this one out. It's 1-1. As it was already written, as it was already foretold, we knew that this game was going to at least the championship rounds, at least 4 games, as Atlas called out. Digon here, alongside Ox and Chronicler. This one, it's a draft kind of thing that we've seen a couple times, forced by D+ to not much success.
So I actually think, considering how the game started, it went shockingly well, because up until mid-game, DK wasn't that far behind. They even got 3 dragons, which did happen because Morgan died to a turret, which didn't really impact the game, but I do think was funny. What I want to highlight, though, is why DK? Why is Shiu put on a matchup where he will get beaten when his tank play just hasn't been good? And why are we prioritizing this Vi Ahri? I don't even think that picking Vi Ahri is completely out of the question. My question is, why are we prioritizing this? Why are we not picking Renekton for Shiu? Because it's one of Morgan's best picks. We don't need to 1-2 it here. If you end up playing into Taliyah Vi, you have literally been shown how to deal with the Vi. There are a lot of picks up that can deal with it. And the Neferi is literally what B&K used to beat DK as well.
Yeah, it's the fact that they've played the Vi into the Neferi, the Vi Ahri into the Neferi. It went badly earlier in the play-ins, and they're going to that matchup again. And it just makes it so difficult because the Neferi can play so aggressive. You can't ult onto it. It could be that momentum killer in the fights. I do think, obviously, we have some criticisms for the draft, but the gameplay also left something to be desired. I also think the poke Varus we saw come out again, and we've seen it really lose a lot of momentum this pick. Obviously, it got some nerfs, but I also think the fact that every support is running around with Redemption really hurts it, because we have so many fights where, you know, even if you poke someone out, they're getting healed up before the fight starts. You have Sundered Sky as well, so it's really hard to actually make that poke stick and cut through targets, and it's just not hitting as hard as it used to.
Yeah, a lot easier to finish off targets when you're up against a Brand jungle or a Zyra jungle like earlier in the season, but with the nerfs, the fall off there. Now, the first couple of kills went the way of D+. Bros pick a couple back, and then had this sequence where they just get everything.
Yeah, so Morgan did die here. Again, very funny.
Yes, we skipped the Morgan.
Didn't end up mattering at all, even though that never happened. Over. What I want to highlight specifically, the more we see of DK, it really does feel like the team, if the front line doesn't feel like they're in a good shape, just doesn't work. And in this game, Beryl had, unfortunately, a really rough performance, I think, throughout the entire game. Wasn't able to ever create any space in Shiu's tank and frontline play. I think we've also talked about just hasn't been good consistently, which makes us question why they put him on. Because if he doesn't die here for free and Beryl doesn't take half his health bar for no reason, they get a turret, right? They get the top turret, they get the mid turret, and it's salvageable. But instead, DK just doubled down.
Just into a Herald, you're always losing that first tower, and they position so aggressively as if they're able to defend it. You can't back off and defend the tier 2. Instead, now they're defending the tier 2 with less members. It's already taken the Herald hit, the second Herald hit, so they lose another member, they lose another tower. Now, because they have so few people on the map, they lost that tower top, they lost 2 towers mid, they end up losing another tower in the bot lane as well. It's 4 turrets in 2 minutes, which is just such a crazy swing of play. And despite the fact that there were 3 dragons in favor of D+, it just doesn't end up mattering if you can't translate that into a soul, and they lost so much in this passage of play.
Because before this, DK is in a rough spot, but the game is technically played. We saw Bro do kind of the reverse in the previous game, where Bro also has been known to kind of have a tough time actually closing out games. But from this moment onwards, unless Bro make massive mistakes, there was just not going to be a way. And I think credit to Bro as well, particularly with the way that they used the Taliyah to consistently get that side lane threat and threaten those turrets.
Yeah, well, knowing that now they have a lot more of the map because the towers are gone and they're on a timer because 3 Drakes over to D+, the Otacon is started and we know how those things go. However, Bro, they peel off, they show some discipline.
Atlas, please look away. Atlas, I'm so sorry. I'm just warning you.
I mean, this is a great setup. I love the wall combined with the Unraveled Earth that makes it so uncomfortable for the Vi. But then...
Oh,
Beryl just flies in, you know? Lucid has to just...
There's Brox on the ground!
Yeah, he just gets deleted.
Sion isn't there!
He saw an angle. I'm not sure what the angle was, whether it was the right angle, you know, but he went in for it.
Just glad Atlas didn't see that.
Yeah. And then they end up just losing the fight pretty handily, and at this point the game was just over. They already had a big advantage going into that. The setup was good, the Weaver's Wall was good, they connected on the right targets, and when Beryl went in, it was just easy cleanup from there.
And this is just the rigidity in draft for DK is directly in contrast to what has made them look good throughout I think the entire first half of the year, right? The fact that we kind of knew the Vi was coming. Atlas called it out the moment that we saw the Taliyah locked in. The sign came as no surprise, even though that shouldn't really have been the pick, I think. And I think Bro are doing a really good job under the leading of Duke, taking advantage of that predictability.
Yes, but I would definitely say that this is expected. A solid game number 1 by D+, a battle back by Bro for game 2. Let's see how game 3 treats us.
Thank you very much, Digon and the gang. Also, thank you very much for the disclaimer as well. I do want to remind you, though, unfortunately, I did play-by-play that fight, so I had already seen what had happened, even if I didn't directly address it, because I can take creative license and not talk about one of my favorite players running it down if I don't want to.
Try to just not remember it, and
I mean, that's why I've managed to stay such a positive Beryl fan my entire career.
Yeah, just remember the big records and the big wins. And
exactly, 2-time world champion, baby.
Is just hate. It's just unnecessary.
Yeah, and also his team wasn't following up, man. It's not his fault. Okay, let's get on to the...
Haters gonna hate.
Yeah, they are.
Double world championships.
With more and less reason. Okay, let's get into it here. Game number 3, D+ back on the blue side once again. And I want to see this guy back on an aggressive pick on that top side of the map. I want to see... They were talking about the rigidity in draft. I swear, this has just been CVMAX forever. We were talking about the fact that Fearless is going to help, but you can still run the same archetypes over and over again. You can still try and force the same thinking onto a team, and it doesn't necessarily work out. Sometimes things don't work, just let it go, do something else.
Yeah, it starts to seem like D+ might have to index into Showmaker just getting more pop-off picks and having individual agency more than trying to build team comps, because...
I mean, we saw Inspired get a pentakill on Tryndamere, right? Like, that happened. And so maybe that means that Showmaker can bring back the mid-Tryndamere in a potential matchup.
I was kind of more thinking about like a LeBlanc pick, or like a Kiana that hasn't really been seen here in Korea that much.
That's kind of a fun one.
We'll see the Yunara and the Azir, which is no shock. You and I were talking about in the break. I think Azir is probably going to be banned for the rest of the series.
I would agree.
Point.
I think the other thing that should be banned for the rest of the series is Nico. That hasn't been looked at just yet. Still 2 more bans to come through.
I think right here is where it will be banned.
I would expect so, unless D+ are going to go for a Nico first pick. That was something that I believe worked out for Nongshim yesterday. Even though they didn't win the series ultimately.
Victor, interesting. That's not what I expected.
No.
That pick has not been, despite maybe what...
the powerful flex pick of Victor.
Yeah.
Hee.
Well, they're not going to get the first pick, Nico. The Pantheon was banned on blue side. So we're going to see something completely different here.
Oh, if they blind Trundle...
That's what I was kind of thinking.
I may get up and leave.
That's what I was kind of thinking we might see. Blind Jarvan, how about that?
Blind Jarvan, all about it. Love that.
Yeah,
that's great.
That could be a better option, but I feel like they might blind Trundle.
If they... Okay, it's
that's
Annie,
fair.
it's Annie.
That's fair.
Oh, I
Yeah, that's
love
fair.
that. That's
fair.
not
Yeah,
Trundle.
That's very good.
Oh, I can stay. Oh, man. Okay.
You could, as Bro here, just go for... Well, you could just go blind Ambessa, but I was going to say you could go for something completely different. The Trundle, okay, well, whatever. Well, who cares what I was thinking, you know?
Yeah.
Just go blind Trundle Ambessa, sure.
I guess, do I have to leave still? I didn't want first pick blind Trundle. I still don't like this. However, I'm not outraged enough to actually...
I thought they could just go Jarvan Sivir. You know, like I thought
Would've been great.
That's where I was leaning towards, but
don't pick Poppy into Trundle. We're not picking Poppy into Trundle
and also Poppy blind. No, they wouldn't.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay, so it is going to be Kai'Sa. You could just go Kai'Sa Rakan. Annie Rakan has been a combination that's worked very well in the past.
Yeah, it does give you some strong lane sustain for what could be a tough matchup, or will likely be a tough matchup, but I like that teams are, starting with BNK, starting to push the AD carry into the first phase a little bit more, so you can actually build a draft around the CC that Showmaker can now set up here with this Annie.
Yep.
It's probably going to be a jungle pick, though, I think, and Poppy still, they really want it.
God,
it's a flex,
I hate it
technically.
so much. Why are we picking Poppy into Trundle? It's like one of the greatest things for Trundle to press R on.
There is so much peel and engage here for Bro with this Galio lock-in here now, and it's been the very common response to the Annie. It's a little bit less crazy than the Vikla Morgana response to the Annie. It's the one I like a little bit more. But it opens up so many cool scaling AD carries here for Bro. Like, for example, the Zeri, which I think would probably be banned by D plus Kia in this second phase.
Yeah. Certainly a lot of AD carries now have been taken away, right? Like the Corki and the Jhin that have been very high priority throughout.
You could just ban Jax and also the Gwen here as Bro, which is looking like the angle they're looking for.
Yeah. Not expecting that this is going to be a top lane Poppy or anything like that. We're also hoping that because she, as mentioned on the space and during the game last time around, hasn't been fantastic on tanks.
Zeri seems super obvious just because it's hard to get on top of her with Annie. It's hard to get on top of her with Poppy. And there's just so much frontline here. Xayah, similar story, right? But the Zeri is even scary. Maybe they'll end up banning the Zeri in that final spot.
Yeah.
Gwen here is my expectation. And it is a very strong side lane threat with this composition. A lot of extra damage.
I don't like it into Ambessa. I think especially after the nerfs, it just doesn't feel like a playable matchup. But they might go for it anyway, just because Xiu has been pretty confident on the champion. There is the Jarvan ban away as well.
Expecting Poppy support.
Yeah. As of course, I mean, it is technically a triple flex.
Like, Hype is
kind of cool.
Is so good at Zeri. I think if you leave this up, you will regret it as D+. See what they decide to opt for. Ezreal also safe, but doesn't work the same way in this comp as the insane hyper carry that Zeri will be.
Yeah, I don't like Ezreal quite as much.
Yeah.
I think they do want some consistent damage.
Jinx is okay. Like maybe it's real. This is exactly the opposite of what I thought we were going to see. Like the exact opposite.
I also think MF you can see 3 things that deal with MF really well.
Yeah, no, I can't. I'm not gonna give this one my thumbs up. This one doesn't get my blessing.
And now you can add more things that also don't care about MF if you would like to.
I prefer the Lee Sin here actually to the Nocturne. Zed in this draft kind of feels pretty good.
All right, there's the Zed, and we get a huge cheer from the LoL Park fans as well. Lucid going to need to make something of it, though. I think he's looked a little lackluster on a lot of these carry jungles that really need to take over. As Xiu now going to be taking the Aatrox into the Ambessa matchup this time around.
They just think there's enough damage in this Annie and Kai'Sa later on that they don't want to go for a strong side laning Gwen or anything like that. With this Zed pick, it does kind of make sense. They just know they're like, our job is to kill the Misfortune, and it's pretty easy. And if we have the Aatrox, then it just gets even easier. It's another flank threat that's pretty difficult to turn on. Like, it's difficult for Morgan to say, all right, like, this Aatrox is flanking, let's go on top of him. Tree.
Well, I mean, so basically what D+ have said, it's just a pile-on composition, right? The problem is, they picked it face up into Galio. Now there's a Maokai there as well that also thrives in those sorts of situations. If the MF can ever get into a position to do damage, then all 5 members of D+ will be there. because they have to do damage.
I like the comp here of D+, so much more though, because I think it's, again, easier to play. You have a clear win con, you have a clear target in these team fights, and sure, there's some peel here, actually quite a lot, but the MF is just such an easy target. Like, if you have a Zeri, the reason why I wanted the Zeri, or something like it, even the Jinx would have made a lot of sense, which is why they banned it. It's hard to lock her down, and then she can clean up those fights. MF is like, I pressed R, I'm cleaning up the fight if we're winning. If we're losing it, I'm already dead. It's a very binary champion in how it functions, and it doesn't give Hype a lot of agency here. And as Engage gets scarcer and scarcer, I think the stocks of Zeri do go up, and maybe they want to save it for later in the series, but this is a big risk, and I think D+ should be able to take the win here with the draft they gave themselves.
Yeah, I would assume so. I'm also less upset about the whole Poppy into Trundle situation because don't worry, Beryl is not going to be able to afford to build any items, so it's going to be fine. Let's get on the Rift here for game number 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for the 3rd game of this series. Everything tied up 1-1 between DK and Bro, and we would have it no other way. We just need to make sure that we are going to constantly switch back and forth between the teams, get the maximum value that the Bros have been delivering here in the play-ins. And Hype now going to get closed in on here by DK just a little. Showmaker also actually over here.
It's a little bit scary to try to commit any further than this as D+. You can see the wraparound from Closer could be there, but into that level 1 Annie with the stun that she has auto-prepped. Not going to be fighting, not going to be trying to punish.
Yep.
And ends up just being brush control goes over to aiming and barrel, which is ultimately what they really wanted. And they will be successful. This matchup here, going to be a little bit volatile. Everyone knows Morgan's Mbessa stats are not the best, but I do think his performances have been better than the stats show.
I would agree. I actually think that especially more recently has actually found some good performances. I think it will be difficult for Morgan to play out later game team fights just with the fact that Beryl gets the most value out of the Poppy against the Mbessa.
It's actually crazy how much value it is.
The Maokai, though, just does not care about it. Twisted Advance is so very good. Galio is going to have a bit of a hard time, but Trundle and MF, I mean, these are old champions. They don't have dashes, so they'll be fine.
Poppy can also just stop an MF from ulting, can just kick people out of a team fight, take a Trundle away relatively easily. So while like Poppy is not good into Trundle, especially in the jungle because of what Trundle does to you when he subjugates you, Trundle kind of just walks at the team, so it's hard to avoid getting Poppy ulted, especially on objective control.
Yep.
So Poppy kind of good into Trundle in that sense.
Oh, nice double up value there. The thing that I do like about the Bro composition is that they took what worked against them. I believe it was Nongshim that just smashed them with the Misfortune into the Kai'Sa, and the game was just never playable. This time around, though, you can see actually DK finding a bit of value here. Beryl using the minion to taxi towards the MF.
A little bit less value for him on that one.
Yeah.
Otherwise doing fine there in the bottom lane. This matchup is so volatile that like we always gotta zoom in on it, as this has been such a common answer into the Annie, but you can see it's an even matchup in terms of win rate.
Yeah, I feel
that's
like
going to be an early Constellation Cole buy here for aiming. Actually, this has a longsword.
All right, just going to be that.
That's kind of exactly what you're leading into, though, because this matchup can be really tough to play out. So many Kai'Sa matchups, when you end up with a melee support, it's just like, well, we'll do things later. It's not going to be about right now. And that's kind of the situation here for aiming.
Ooh, Croco going to be battling with Lucid for this crab. Looks like the Trundle will be able to get it there with the combo. So
yeah.
Lucid will have to try and get into position to take the top one, but now actually looking for Croco. A lot of damage does come through.
Showmaker has so much prio here that Lucid can continue this with no fear. Hard to secure the scuttle against the Trundle, but can at least get some damage done. Force him to back, but he was going to back anyways, as both jungles are cleared.
Oh, Lucid actually coming back to see whether Closer wanted a little bit more, but he does Justice punch his way out. So it will be just a crab trade between these two jungles.
Bit of a scuttle trade. Aiming does get back to lane without any issues here. It's in fact Hype who buys the call.
Yeah. And Aiming did miss a cannon, so not so good. You can see that's kind of represented in the money here, and there are 5 minions out of the wave that Hype still hasn't taken. So the bros with a little bit of money banked up, ready to be taken here.
Shiyu has a lot of pressure on him right now. You know, we haven't talked about it too much, but obviously, you know, the All-Pro votes came out, right? And there's been a lot of discussion about it. And as much as the players probably try not to read, you know, there's a lot of that as he's going to redeem himself here.
Morgan's dead. I have no idea what happened, apart from the fact that Shiyu just killed the Lord.
Well,
there must be a reason.
I mean, I may have started talking about him and how I voted for him for first All-Pro, and some people didn't like that, and you know, he's trying to make a big splash here. It's play-ins, it's a big time to prove himself.
Did you also in that sentence say something like year of Closer again? Because Closer also finding a great trade there against Showmaker.
No, I didn't mention anything about Closer this time, but
World Ender, he just wants to kill Palu. Shiyu is so angry about being forced to play Sion in the last game. I was about to say, like, about how it went, but no, it's not about that. It's just get me off tanks, let me carry, let me show you what I can do.
So let's see this again.
Oh, Morgan was the one that started it. And I think this was a bit of a Shiyu saying cool story as he just combos him to death.
Yeah, he just got sweet spotted. I was like, is there something weird where he got level 6 first? No, because he used it when he went bottom lane. Okay, well, Morgan will have 6 in another wave, but does not have it now.
Well, Lucid's going to find Polo here as well, as the Voidseeker does not find.
This early game, pretty good for D+, and it's outset.
Yep. We could do that thing where we talk about pendulums again, because it do be swinging. It's on a long leash though, you know, like it takes a long time for this pendulum to get back and forth. It's an entire game of one way and then the other.
Lucid here trying to get some deep vision. They really want to make something happen here topside. Kroko will find him.
Yeah, going to be discovered here momentarily. Lucid actually doing a fair bit of damage here against Kroko for now.
I mean, they have so much control with Showmaker's mid-prio. They can kind of do whatever they want. Here he comes, in fact.
Yeah, Feral kind of unlocked as well as Showmaker looking to move his way up.
Does need to go on Closer if he overextends here. He just needs to be careful. They just need to let this buff go.
Yep, they need to be wary of the Galio, of course. Showmaker with his stun prepped, if there is ever a Galio in the area, he's always able to stop him from going in. So.
It was kind of funny how Closer went up to follow, because I was like, if you kind of just ult from your lane, that's actually the safest call you can make.
Yeah, it doesn't have the range, I don't think, at level 1.
Well, not like fully from his lane, but if he goes back around the Raptor.
Yeah, something like that. You can find an angle where you are still in Fog of War. That is certainly useful.
But ultimately, they give the red buff back to Kroko. Anyways, he takes it, and so nothing happens from there, but I really thought D+ were going to really hold on to that tempo and that pressure they had there. They do just swiftly give it back. Man, Grubs are spawning in 15 seconds. Dragon has not been taken, but Kroko's on the bottom side of the map, so it looks like that's his plan. With no top side control, no mid-prio, Closer walks back to lane. It looks like they want to turn this into a gank and Dragon. Lucid actually coming down here as well, though, but he's a bit behind the 8-ball.
Oh, he's actually taking a bit of a Raptor timeout as the World Ender is going to come on through. He's trying to avoid the kennel and may be able to do so, and yeah, he gets to safety. Morgan has some dashes, will be able to get himself out of the way. No flash required, didn't have it anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately, you got to hit those if the gank is going to be a success. Nice sidestep there with the ult from Shiyu.
Yep,
and
bit of public misexecution, unfortunately.
There you go, right in front of everybody, right on camera.
Yeah.
In the most public way.
It's sometimes how these things go, as Morgan now going to get punished once more. Shiyu looking for some knockups here, doesn't quite find the Infernal Chains. And Kroko turning up, will be able to defend his top laner, but Morgan is bleeding here towards his bottom side.
Zed is pretty good into Trundle, as we all know. Doesn't have a ton of resistances himself and is very mobile, so he can get over the pillars, but did use his ult early there and is going to respect the Trundle as that exchange does continue. I think if Bro, hit that ult, they get the dragon. If Morgan hits that ultimate, they get the push on to Shiu and probably trade objectives, but he misses. Lucid comes down to try to defend that play, and now we're kind of reset back to a state where dragon is still up, grubs are still up, and Bro still have control over the dragon, and D+ are not able to actually rotate in fast enough. Lucid's going topside now here, but Palu does now have level 6, so could delay a potential grub take.
Yeah, it should just be. Croco able to lock this one down.
It's kind of crazy to me that Bro both get this dragon and can actually contest a little bit for grubs here.
Right now, Lucid is going to be able to take at least the first one. It's going to go down very quickly as well, as he's getting closer and closer to that first item. And Beryl just standing guard. That is going to be the gentleman's agreement here, as both of these teams absolutely full of gentlemen, as we know.
And even though they had Palu with level 6 and the Galio ult was available for closer, they just let the grubs go. Safer call. That timing.
Yeah,
Still value. There you go.
Yep, Steadfast Presence going to stop him from doing one of his dashes. There you go. As teleport to bring in the Maokai. Palu just getting himself back out onto the map.
They want to prevent Morgan from being dove here. He has ult and flash and a Maokai is here. I think D+ definitely will think twice about this.
Yeah, there is a Trundle also making his way up. So Palu looking to try and find Lucid. He's going to be very slippery with his Living Shadow. So Croco will be able to get the smite onto the Krug camp. But Lucid is going to get stunned up. They're still looking for an angle. Deathmark comes on through and out goes the Maokai and everyone else.
All right, well, we turned a dive defense into an attempt to look for a pick, and then Beryl says no. That's kind of the long and short of that one. It's very difficult to kill a Zed like that with a pillar setup.
It's like when you're like watching your brothers fight and you're like, no, come on guys, let's not do that. And that's what Beryl did. He just sent the rest of them home.
He brought ice cream and he was like, how about we just all play N64?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, it's no more GoldenEye, no more Mario Kart, there's too much yelling. Let's play something co-op.
Yeah. Maybe play Gauntlet?
Yeah, that could be the way. Definitely not Mario Party.
Yeah, I was going to say that
play
is
Mario Party.
Morgan still has Flash, but doesn't have his ult anymore, and I think he's just dead.
Yeah, he is very, very dead. Does look to lock down Beryl, as one more auto will do it. Aiming was tanking the turret, so that means they are able to get it done. Got a little bit frightening there in the middle, but it wouldn't be a DK dive if it wasn't a little bit frightening.
Yeah, it's a huge win for them, though, as they are 3 grubs in with this Aatrox composition. And all those plates going over, and some minions here denied as Hype heads back to the lane here very late. So much farm is shut down here. And there's no cross-map opportunity, as this is the dive here. We kind of skip everything that happened before. Morgan no longer has his ults, only has a flash here. Barrow gets him into the wall. He's very tanky with that shield, though. Barrow gets out of turret aggro range, though. Does not die.
Yep. Is the Poppy, so is deceptively tanky. So, okay. The Bros suffering a little bit in the kills department and kind of the rest of the departments as well. Next Dragon going to be a Hextech. That's going to be up in 2.5 minutes. Going to be difficult for Bro to hold on to priority of that area. They still have a lot of vision down there, though. So double Dragon potential here for this team. And I do still think that the front to back of this comp of the Bros, especially if they get Morgan on a good flank, things can work well. They have some answers to what DK wants to do, but unfortunately, DK have a composition that snowballs very well.
Losing so many minions around the map as Hype is trying to catch them, these waves, and missing minions at a time. Lucid getting some more farm away as well.
Yeah, Croco gonna be taking a death mark here as Lucid continuing to try and do damage. Showmaker wanting to catch up and take down the Troll King. And down he will go. There's Feats of Warfare locked up from Lucid. That is first item completion diff right there.
And also he's like, he subjugates Lucid and Lucid's like, I'm Zed!
I have no health anyway! Well, there is the bullet time, but it is not bullet time, unfortunately. So he has to cancel that one
very briefly
quickly.
Bullet time to get some minions and then cancel it.
The bullet time unfortunately didn't go into bullet time, so he didn't get enough bullet time.
Yeah,
it's a bit weird.
Not going to get a second season of bullet time.
Yeah, he needs to talk to Keanu Reeves about how to bullet time correctly. All right, we're going to check this one out from Lucid's perspective.
Gets the camp away. Has Eclipse, so has that extra shield. Goes in for the combo here. Has ult running.
Yeah, he likes it.
Good. Got him.
And he said it was delicious. At least that's what I heard.
I think he said 잡았어, like I got him.
I thought he said 맛있어.
Well, they often do, so, you know.
That could have been one. G-Sun confirms, though, that it was I got him, so it wasn't delicious. May have also been both.
He might have said it right off after we got the comms cut.
Yeah.
Well.
That might save me. Okay.
I was trying to not known to be on a healthy diet, so it might not really be that delicious to eat, but
yeah.
This game is very slow, but also very oppressive, and I think Bro have just been completely out-macroed, to be honest. Like, we haven't talked a ton about like where all the goal leads and stuff are, but D+ are just kind of walking around the map and taking everything they want, and that's kind of how this comp works, as Lucid once again lurking. He's got the right target.
God, yeah. Hype is going to have to try and make it rain, but unfortunately it's rain and aimings instead. And down he will go.
So,
oh dear. Well, there's a taunt onto Showmaker. He's putting the kennel as well, but Tibbers, he likes that. That's another kill for Lucid. Somehow. We'll need context on that one. He went very far for that. Used his flash, survived. And Beryl is continuing to be frustrating here. Closer not going to be backing. And that will spell a lot of damage on these turrets. Oh my god.
First turret and Dragon after getting the kill and not backing. He doesn't care. Well, yeah, this game is starting to really become quite a one-sided one.
Thankfully, the Bros have already taken a Dragon, and so they're not going to get perfect gamed here in Game 3.
Yeah, it's not going to be a double Dragon. They got one objective as well with that Dragon, you know, so it's not like they got perfect feats either. This is how Hype died. We knew this part.
Yeah.
They picked MF here, by the way. And then Palu eats some of Amy's Q. He doesn't even stick for it. Yeah, Lucid just...
red
man.
buff. Yeah, just gets him. There it is.
As well committed, I think.
That's going to be some bounty gold. Beryl is about 100 health, but that's exactly the way he likes it, as Close is teleported in. That is going to be Rift Herald going over to the Bros against the flow of play.
Yeah, they may be able to, by the way, bounty, if they could get this mid-turret. I'm not sure if they can actually get the mid-turret with a drop here, but they are going to try for it. Hype has ult. So they're trying to bait a play here out of D+.
Some squishy members of DK are the ones trying to frontline here as in goes Morgan, finds Showmaker, and down he will go. The turret is still standing, but it's not quite working out. Polo goes over the wall. The Zed is already dead. And Aiming and Beryl will not be able to stand their ground. Shiu is taking it out of turret here on this top side of the map as they do get a second charge on the inner.
There's a big wave here. I don't know if they quite have enough, though, to go for a double turret, but double charge is good enough. The rare Zed taunt, as Galio hits Lucid there, and he is taken out as a second death.
Oh, Croco does need to be a little careful. Killer Instinct is up here for Aiming.
Well, that was a big swing of gold back into Bros, you know, eliminating some of their deficit here as they just 5-man mid, and the bullet time is on top of Showmaker here. Very simple to execute when you siege up like this with the Herald, and then the taunt goes down onto Lucid there, and that is his death as well. They get the extra charge. Still a 2,000 gold lead here, and a lot of advantages on the side of D+, namely this incredibly fed Kai'Sa and Zed. And also, Shiu's starting to become pretty big as well, because he spent a lot of time freely hitting turrets and sides.
Yep, that was pretty good for Morgan, though, because he did manage to get that kill.
Yeah.
Feels like he's getting a little bit out of the woods. And that gold lead of like 270 here at 17.5 minutes doesn't really matter that much. Still, Sundered Sky, pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
Aatrox especially.
On any champion, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel like Aatrox, with the fact that his passive is just kind of the same thing as well.
It's like pretty good on like Lee Sin, you know, also, you know, it's like Poppy Jungle, surprisingly, actually, yeah, really good there too.
Yeah, and yeah, Xin Zhao's pretty good.
Xin Zhao, yeah.
Been pretty good.
Wukong occasionally, if you're a connoisseur of that.
Melee, insert melee champion name here, pretty good. Yorick, pretty good, for example. I like it on Garen. Let's have a look at how the rest of this game goes, though, because the Bros demonstrating that the tempo vibes are not necessarily residing over DK's side of the map.
Well, this is a weird setup here for D+, so there's no real objective to fight for. There's no top turret, as I am concerned there could have been a potential overextension there. We've seen that quite a bit, especially from our Noodle team yesterday, this type of game state, but They get a lot of Croco's health, and it is a Zed, so he should be fine,
We'll see whether he will be fine as the Deathmark does come out onto Croco. The explosion of damage comes in, Subjugate not enough to keep him alive. And Lucid just goes back to his other Shadow. That gives time for Showmaker to make his way over, and Shiu has finally joined the fight, finds Hype, and that is going to get the flash out of the MF. The tree died off camera, and DK right back into the driver's seat. Those tempo vibes, man, they are a fickle mistress, are they not?
They certainly are. And what looked like it could have been a potential catch there, and a nice contest from Bro does not work out. Hype is under turret, right, this entire time, is not involved in this play whatsoever because he's dealing with a Kai'Sa in mid. The Aatrox rotates over, which is kind of funny as well. Lucid is able to just completely avoid this Nature's Grasp by going back to his Shadow. And then Paulo, who's trying to set something up with it, just gets executed. And then the Misfortune is collapsed on. But, you know, before he got that kill, or helped get Morgan that kill in the mid lane onto Showmaker with the Herald, I was about to say we could play the Challengers game of like, who do you think is going to win from this game state? But I was like, I want to play the Misfortune game where we predict how much damage the Misfortune does, because we've seen some like 4K Misfortune games. He did get a lot of Showmaker's health.
I think it's like it's a
sub 8,000, right?
I think it's a 7 to 10.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give him a 7 to 10.
Yeah,
and that's definitely not great.
The game state it calmed down for a little bit, so I'm thinking that's pretty fair. I was gonna say sub 8.
Yeah,
it's one of those Misfortune games where if you don't get to play the game, you really don't get to play the game. And D+, with this much map control, they play the game however they want. And right now, just putting Deep Vision up on the bottom side of the map and collapsing onto Morgan is the name of the game.
That's what they're going to look for. As Showmaker and Lucid are closing in, they would really like Beryl to be here. Steadfast Presence gets so much work done against the Ambessa, who's now going to have to vacate. Not a whole lot of minions, but they do have 3 grubs, so these Void Mites are going to really be helping out. Croco does take a bunch of petals here. Petal value in trade for an inner turret. I'm going to put that firmly in the comms column.
Yeah, and then Aatrox just TP's topside to do it again.
Yeah, the Otacon is here, so that's exactly where they want to be.
Exactly.
Showmaker with his teleport still up and available.
Look at how much vision they have, and they're under so much threat, and then Lucid's just like, I take this dragon for free, by the way.
Oh, he does.
And Showmaker does have TP, so he replaces the side laning Aatrox on the bottom side. Aatrox is free to sit up there top side. If he's left alone, he'll just push that back and start hitting that other inner turret I was mentioning. And then the Otacon vision will naturally eventually get taken over by D+ as they reset post-Dragon. And D+ playing a good macro game again here in Game 3.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's so crazy, man. The power of the pendulum. It's like we're just watching a swing set, is basically how it goes.
Blue side strong?
Yeah, it does seem to be how it works.
Or is it good drafting win?
I mean, yeah.
That's
I could see
feeling.
DK picking their last draft on blue side any day of the week. What would the first pick have been? Like in other metas, maybe the first pick could have been the Ahri or the Scion or the Vi. Vi definitely would have been the way that they got there. And then they're like, Ahri, Scion, yes.
There's that Showmaker TP. He appeared to be not there, but he's there, in fact.
And I don't know whether the bros can do anything about this.
No.
They do have the Nature's Grasp, but it's so far away. Polo moving in, and Lucid able to lock this one down. The Poppycopter is spinning, but Beryl doesn't even need to use it, as now Closer on that flank angle is going to get spotted out. Does a lot of damage here to Aiming, who's trying to keep himself healthy. Shiu doing the same thing. Look at that health bar. That item is revolting, and Morgan is caught out on the backside. They are just being surgically removed from the map. If you have a bro problem, DK can solve it for you. There is Shiu taking down the Trundle, and Closer going to be the next one on the menu. They are all about conservation here, though, so the trees will live, but that is all. Gargoyles need not apply. Notre Dame will be taken down in front of their eyes. Down goes the inner turret. There are a lot of weird references in that last play-by-play. I'm sorry about that one, but that was a great fight for DK.
Yeah, bro, very termite-like in their infestation of the Otacon area.
Thankfully, the tree got out of the way of the termites, though.
Exactly.
We're all about nature here.
And look, this ult from Paulo, like you mentioned, he's so far away, he's so late, he only hits Showmaker. And then this, if you like paused it here and it was an even game set, I'm like, ooh, they get some exit kills for sure, right? But it's a massive lead. That item you mentioned, it's revolting. It's just disgusting. It's Aatrox on it, man. It's like,
oh my.
It's like Titanic Hydra, or what was it? Profane Hydra Aatrox all over again.
Yep. Gore Drinker Profane Hydra combo combo with a death dance or something, but it's all in one item and it's called Sundered Sky.
Just nasty. D+ are so far ahead that Aatrox is just not collapsible onto, and it's very easy to clean up here as D+. They started the Otacon, they had a great turn off of it, they secure it, and they secure the team fight win and the game with it, as there's no Baron. That's not up for a minute's time. The Nexus hasn't exploded yet, but this MF, let's just say she's not getting younger in this game.
Yep. Now we've got a teleport in. Showmaker could be in trouble, gets a speed up from the Molten Shield.
Phase rush out, get out of there!
Nature's Grasp! That's going to lock him up, covered in cats, and put in the bin. Down goes Showmaker. It does take a bit of time, does do a bit of damage there as well. But the Showmaker for inhibitor turret trade is one that scholars have actually come to a determination on. They have said, in fact, getting the inhibitor in the mid lane.
When you call the bro exterminators, they'll throw in an extra inhibitor as well.
Yeah, I guess that's how it works. They got a good coupon on that one as Lucid gets himself out. The bullet time, it's not bullet time. It's time for something else. Maybe it's game 4 time. I mean, for the bros.
D+ called in the first 15 minutes right after that ad.
Yeah.
And that is a bounty going over to Morgan. That's something. But my bro leaf is not very strong right now in this third game, Atlas.
Dwindling to say the least, Wolf, as DK do manage to take down another inhibitor turret. The Baron has spawned as DK slink back to the Fog of War. They're going to buy some items.
You know, I think when I told the League of Legends gods and the LCK gods and tried to caster curse this into existence, I said I wanted a close back and forth series. I meant close games in the series, not just like one team stomps, the next team stomps, and the next team stomps. Like that's what we're watching here. Shiyu is Aatrox, he doesn't care about your chicken buckets. Good skin choice from Closer, but it's not enough.
It's not quite going to work. Able to umbrally dash his way out of there. Lucid going to help with, going to get some help from aiming to take down the red buff.
And it's just one-sided blue side games one after the other here, and this time D+ are doing it again. There is a great comp.
There is some learning to be done though this time around, Wolf.
Don't blind Trundle.
Yeah, and also don't randomly fumble a team fight.
Yeah, that's also a problem.
If DK follows that, then I think that we're going to go back to a space that has a chronicler on it that isn't looking quite as stressed. If we get another one of these things where we're, you know, meandering around the Baron and barrel ults thin air, and then the bros just steal it away or something like that against this massive 7.6k gold lead, then that could be a real problem. So this, though, is not looking like it's going to be a problem for Lucid.
The game state makes this a little bit unfair, but I want everyone to see. Hype has IE. Okay, he has it.
Yeah.
Aiming does have, you know, a 3,400 gold lead, an extra arm guard and Nashor's Tooth and all that, but let's just like not talk about the individual matchup. Let's just say like, look, it's a 2.5 item misfortune. You know, maybe she could do something in this fight. Let's see what she does in these upcoming fights, if anything, in this draft.
Beryl would go in there, wouldn't he?
He would.
As this time, aiming is going to be alongside him. Lucid there as well. He really wants to kill Closer. He might be able to do so, but the Death Mark is not quite going to do the damage. The bullet time does, though, as Beryl will be going down, but there is also the Galio falling as Shiyu gets into the backline. This time, he's on a champion that's actually supposed to do the flanking, and there he goes. He finds the angle, has aiming there for the cleanup, and I don't think we're even going to see a Baron, as I think DK just want to end the game.
Even going into a choke point to MF, but you know what? Maybe Hype broke 8k off that one. That's your consolation prizes. D+ are going up to match point here in a very decisive game 3.
Oh my goodness. Showmaker flashed him in the air just to show that he didn't even need it to win that last team fight, because there was a certain top laner that got a lot of that work done for them. So that is going to be match point here for D+. They take down the bros.
They got the lead. They played the macro well. They did not let it go. And Lucid with an insane performance on the Zed, punishing quite heavily that blind Trundle pick. And then the misfortune pick just did not land at all. It did, I mean, kill Showmaker that one time in mid when they CC'd him.
Hey, kill Beryl at the end.
Yeah, and kill Beryl there at the end when like they funneled into a choke point. But D+ didn't care, and they won the game. Let's see the number. 14k, actually quite a lot.
See, there we go.
Yeah.
Exceeding expectations, and honestly only did a little bit less than aiming. But as you can see, Lucid did double that. That's a That's a revolting number that he put together there. And honestly, this is exactly what you want to see. If you're a DK fan, Shiyu and Lucid popping off in one of the later games in a series is something that they definitely have not been able to do. And now they've figured it out. This is a D+ that should be looking pretty scary moving into the next game in this series. But the Bros are never to be counted out. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break that one down. Then we'll have the 4th game, and then hopefully the 5th after that, surely.
봐도 돼. 분해 있다. 분해 있어.
봐도 돼.
나 전략 썼다.
똥강 나와. 똥강 나와.
나 줄게. 빨리 와. 나 일단. 가봐. 천천히. 여기 좋긴 한데.
나도 좋아. 나 날라갈 수 있어. 가오. 나 궁대. 버스 들어가면 궁대. 나 갈게.
앉아.
간다.
아파. 뭐야. 뭐해? 여기요. 뭐 아무것도 안 써.
You can try to run, but me, I run this place. That girl with a gun, coming through. Surprise! Boom! Let's play.
Just yet, Disguise continuing to push forward now with another Keeper's Verdict onto Blabber. Double flash over the wall from C9 to avoid Castle as Thanatos now wants to stay away from Rahel. Castle takes a ton of damage. Massive engage coming out from Huhi. The Magnet Storm onto everybody, and Vulcan and Sven are already down. Loki taken very low now too. Disguise may have just found their moment off the back of Huhi's Rel, clutching up when they need him most.
Huhi just saved the game for Disguise.
All day, it's go time. Yeah, we've been on a mission. Better hope you ain't slacking. When you running a meet.
确实上来了，欧文被找到了，但同时也走到了凯尔金拖下时间，杀到招神剑撞墙了，兵哥想力挽狂澜，但俊伟成功满打，
欧文但只有俊伟在帮他，
还有一个满 Q
倒了。姐姐下个一有吗？闪现 Q， 但没有 Q 到墙上，没有晕，吃了一个快刀剪断，杰杰的血量也掉得很快。阿明看了一个金身，让人过来一个闪现 Q 技能直接缩掉2个人头，也可以准备下去刷 Q 哎，直接平 A 跨身 A 5 A 级连招，再跳上来拿到一个 triple。
奈特关键时候的一个闪 Q 啊！
Just know this, in no time, we came equipped heavy with more. Bet that I can't lose and all.
Milagroso, mas acho que não vai dar tempo não, hein?
Tá caindo a vida do Barão. Já teve roubo do de Samis em cima do Carioca. Será que ele consegue fazer agora a devolução? Entrada agora, roubou! Roubou! Barão, mas não foi o Kaká, foi o Fury! A Bey ainda respira, mas será que vai aguentar?
But you gotta know, it's one thing if you coming for me. Shit. All
싸우자. 한 번 더. 아래에서 드랍한
싸우자 가자. 달려들어서
대리가 버스트. 오너. 예, 너무 세요. 그냥 대장의 평등해요. 와, 순간 아타카 치료. 탈출이 안 돼요.
자리에서
그래서 그럼 라이즈는요?
버드라. 네. 버드라 이거는 앞에 해주는 초비.
원하던 한시간 원하던
하네요. LCK에서 거의 뭐 제일 많이 먹다시피 했었는데 그래도 더 원하는 게 펜타입니다. 먹어본 사람이 더.
그래도 본대 쪽
태전이 한번 잡혔죠?
본대 쪽을 좀 잘 잡으면
네.
그리고 사이언스도 피하다가 탈리아도 만화가 거의 없거든요.
근데 기인이 붙어 있는 상황에서
그래서 여기 밀어내고 사이온을 계속 괴롭히고 정피하고
양쪽
대랑상황
탈때
끊어주고
완전 약병. 아니 이거를 몰아붙입니다 1대1로.
왔다 갔다 조리조리.
그런데 뒤로 이동하고 있다가 기인이 폭발이 센세.
와 근데 기인 진짜 창이다.
To try to lock up the FlyQuest mid laner. Will not be able to do so as FlyQuest tried to exfiltrate here, but Whippo has arrived to try to help his team out. There's the Syndra ulti onto Fudge, who's staying alive for now. They've made their way onto Quad, but they can't quite kill him here just yet. Fudge needs more damage and he won't find it. Now on the front line, Whippo finds a two-man decimating smash, and Masu is free firing. Flash out of the way of the ulti from B-Boy, but it's a triple kill to Inspired. It's a quadra kill to Inspired. In the jungle Trendemir game, Inspired claims a pentakill.
But Inspired, and you could see he saw the angle when he gets the triple. They're already setting up for the penta. Inspired comes in and Khalid's house a penta and 4K in the bag still to spend.
Are you kidding me?
Just know this, in all time, we can't agree with you with more.
This is it, bros. There are no more losses to give if you want the 2025 season to continue. As Wolf brought up, this has been a close series, as in both teams have won a game, but in those games, once a team takes a lead, it's been pretty one-sided. This one, the same case here, as the Zed got a little loose in the jungle. Welcome back to space. Digon here alongside Ox and Chronicler to break down Game 3.
We've always said that generous Giga Chads. There's no more games to give. You know, there's no more games to give at this point. They've given enough. Need to lock in at this point.
Yeah, especially given that I think we also, in many of these games, kind of had a suspicion towards which team would be looking better coming out of draft. And then those suspicions were very quickly confirmed and then followed up by a one-sided stomp. Like game 1, funnily enough, I think was the most wobbly, but both game 2 and 3 now, we came out of draft and me and Ox were talking about, he in particular was not burdened like I was by my fear of my team losing. And it was specifically, for me, the blind trundle. Like I keep going back to this. We gotta stop doing this. Just, it doesn't work. Trundle is a really good counter pick when you know the matchup you're playing into. There's a lot of matchups he's really good into, but there's also a lot where he just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, I think for me it was the fact that you have like this Maokai, Galio, Trundle, jungle, mid, support trio, which just I feel like really doesn't inspire too much faith. I feel like it's just such a weak skirmishing combination compared to like the Zed and the Annie. We've seen Zed be so good as a counter into the Trundle. We saw Lucid have an absolutely pop-off game, and there's just so little damage. You know, MF isn't really that high of a DPS pick. You have to set up the ultimate to get a lot of value. And even then, she's constantly going to be under threat from the Zed. And I just kind of came out of this draft and was thinking, who is ever going to kill this Aatrox? there just really is not a good answer for the Aatrox. And especially if he gets like an early solo kill, which we kind of saw, it was never going to go well. So I think just they didn't do it themselves any favor in draft. If they do fall behind, it's going to be really rough. I was thinking like at least like MF is a strong lane into the Kai'Sa, so maybe there's potential there. But as soon as they fell behind, I was like, this game is just cooked.
Yeah, that's what I'm a little worried about. The last draft where they won, felt like they borrowed the homework from B&K Firax. So the ones that they've came up with their own answers hasn't quite worked out too much yet. If you ever wanted to see what it looks like to subjugate a Zed as a Trundle, well, we've got you covered here in one of the multiple plays that Lucid was able to make on the Zed.
We also do see that Lucid was able to clear his full jungle, get a very early back in, because that's clear speed is frankly insane. But it was this kill that kind of set him off, and then from that point on, he was just aggressively pushing his lead. I'm kind of with Atlas that I think that Lucid has looked best on like these duelists, right? Things like Lee, things like Xin Zhao. Zed is kind of a different flavor of jungler, because if you don't assassinate your targets, you don't offer a lot. Fortunately for DK fans, in this game, he showed what happened when the Zed does get ahead. As Ox highlighted, I think this was always going to be a draft where if DK does get ahead, there's just not a lot of counterplay, because you just get to blow up targets en masse. And there isn't a counterplay on the cross map because you're not going to be able to dive the Aatrox.
And there's just so limited options in all those fights there. It seems so unfair. In the Trundle, the pillar doesn't really do anything to you. If he's going to lose the fight, he can just get away, and then he can obviously re-engage and look for angles to execute with the passive. The MF just dies. Of all the 80 carries, MF feels so unplayable into Zed. If a Zed is fed and you're playing MF, it is an FF, turn the monitor off, just leave the game sort of angle.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the idea behind the draft was like, all right, let's get into like Drake 2 fight, you know, around 12 minutes we'll have items. D+ didn't allow that even to happen here against the Bros. And then it was truly there at the Otacon in the top side of the map where we get to see one of the best items in League of Legends.
Now, the game was kind of already won, but we didn't want to go through this segment without showing you this beautiful, beautiful flanker again.
I mean, this is the thing with when Gordrinker was strong, Aatrox was one of the biggest abusers, and Sunder's Sky as well. Especially when a comp lacks damage and you can just freely find windows to get all that healing. It's just kind of absurd. Just the big green numbers coming through. And for a comp that lacks damage, you're never cutting through this. Like, you need all 5 of your members focusing him down, and even then, that just means he has more targets because there's so many melee targets on the composition, more people he can heal off. So, yeah, there was no answer, I feel.
Yeah, we did have hype by Executioner, so that was nice. But that didn't obviously change the game, really. And again, want to echo what the Cos was saying as well. Shiu in particular was someone that really struggled in their final series against B&K, was one of the big reasons, I think, why that game 5 fell apart so quickly. Both because he had a really bad laning phase and the rest of the team wasn't able to cover for him when there was repeated attention. I do think that it's been very blue side favored, and the drafts have played such a big part. I think that both these teams need to just embrace the fact that, we said it yesterday as well, just play something simple, as that is actually a really big deal. We are getting deeper into Fearless, so matchups will get a lot more lopsided, but blue side has been heavily favored here today.
Yeah, interesting, because we've had situations before where teams have opted into red side, often favoring when you really want to lean into counter pick, getting good lane matchups, but I feel like that wasn't really the issue with the last draft in terms of those. I will say, like, obviously the jungle matchup was something that wasn't really favorable, but I don't think that was obviously something that came down to side, as they won red side before and ended up with a bad draft.
Yeah, Bros were able to get a win in their first series against Nongshim on the red side, looking to do so here with no more losses to give. Will D+ move on, or will we get yet another Silver Scrapes?
Fingers crossed, Digon. Fingers well and truly crossed. However, I'm a little worried. I know the Bros love balance, right? Blue side win rate getting a little bit out of control, heading into the upper 70%, you know, things like this. That's a little bit of a worry. Now, if they do lose here, the blue side win rate will only increase. So if they win, they can help push that red side victory ahead. And also bring us to Silver Scrapes. But it is a bit of a confusing one because blue side so far has won every single game of this series. Obviously, they have a plan. We're going to get into the draft here and find out exactly what it is.
Yeah, that is the big question. I mentioned Zeri in the last draft. I think would have done a lot better than Misfortune, but we are now Anniless, right? Like, there's even less engage to lock her down.
Yeah.
I think Hype, this is your angle, I think, to play that champion.
I mean,
I don't think you're going to be picking it early on red side, but...
There is so much potential for Hypercarry because not only is there not a lot of engage left over, I think it's Rakan that's the only thing that's really left up.
Inara 100% has to be banned for all these reasons.
But there's also Nautilus and Vi have been taken away, which
No
are the
Wukong.
things that can really lock things down. Inara obviously does have to be banned, like you were talking about. No Wukong, and no Poppy, and no Talia. So the dashes are certainly going to run rampant in this game. Yone and Yunara both taken away here as we are stuck in the Ys. But let's see what is going to be going away next. I've written down in very large letters, Yorick and Nico. I think both of these champions need to be addressed as Sejuani. So, if we're looking at our jungle pool from what has been played so far here in the play-ins, Sejuani, Skarner, and Nocturne are the only ones that are really sitting in that, like, A to B tier.
Sure. Then you have other niche picks like the AP junglers that we haven't seen in the LCK. You have the Lee Sin pick, the Viego that's still relatively valuable. I don't think we'll be seeing Showmaker play that again in this series, but he certainly could try for it depending on the comp. I think a lot of the tools that help empower that pick are gone. They were definitely going to ban Azir here no matter what. They just wanted to discuss some other potential picks here because the Sejuani is gone. Heard something like a Jax. The other top lane picks that are kind of interesting and still available are like the Jace that we've seen rising in popularity. So the Yorick you mentioned for Morgan always sticks out like a sore thumb. And I mean, there's no Sejuani here now. Picks like the Jax go down in priority, was banned in the previous game. Tristana, interesting, saying I don't want to deal with any of those AP jungle shenanigans.
I wonder what this indicates as far as the first pick is concerned. Tristana often picked into Galio, but obviously that was played in the last game, so has been fearlessly banned away.
Just, I think maybe trying to deny some sort of, red side AP jungle pick, maybe.
Yeah.
As Twisted Fate will also be taken away here, so Pantheon is up as a global pick, and that is, I think, part of what this Tristana ban was trying to say.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they're gonna pick Pantheon.
They certainly are.
The jungle question mark that I had written down is now going to be somewhat solved for one side of the rift, but Croco, I mean, right now it's like Nocturne or Skarner, and of course Nocturne can kind of answer the global pressure a little bit by turning off the lights and dashing over to someone, but I don't know whether it's got the same amount of synergy alongside it without the Orianas there and things like this.
Or you need a really strong side laning champion that you can play through.
Well, the Yorick wasn't banned.
Yeah. So we picked red side.
Jarvan's still there.
Go Jarvan and maybe Sivir?
For some reason, I completely blanked on Jarvan.
Yeah.
So this is actually a decent trade.
Well, they didn't pick it last time when it was a pretty obvious and free choice, but this time they do lock it in. Sivir, pretty strong into Pantheon, pretty strong wave clear. You don't have necessarily a strong global to pair with it here. The Rise is gone.
Zeri Lulu, we're just going to slam it.
I think you could. Or
you could go a different direction, which is a show us your Draven.
I don't know about picking Draven into Jarvan. That's not like a good way for things to go disastrous. I think this is not actually a serious pick, but
I hope not.
It could be.
Zeri obviously.
Zeri is so easy.
Yeah, this is what we were kind of expecting. And yeah, so they do just slam Zeri Lulu. As it turns out.
Nico is up though.
Right.
So this is not a free win in the lane for the Lulu as it often has been.
That's kind of crazy that that slipped my mind as well. Okay,
So
let's get it together. That is a very strong red side.
It's a strong pick with the Jarvan, and I was wondering if there was any other mid pick that's high prio enough here to grab in this case instead. And like D plus Kia knew they wanted the Lulu because it helps follow up on Pantheon engage, helps keep this area alive, it helps you in lane, but you're going to be laning into the Nico no matter what, assuming there wasn't some crazy pick here for closer that I was kind of thinking maybe D plus were expecting when they let that one through. End of the day though, it's not going to be the case, as not a missed ban, I hope.
Well, it is going to be the Gnar. Oh, so
yeah, we know that.
Ban Gwen.
Yeah, I mean Gwen is so strong in this situation with the Sivir, right? Like,
yeah,
and you don't want them to have their hands on it, but you have pick priority here, as you know the Pantheon plus the Gwen is so incredibly powerful.
Oh, Victor is going to continue to be banned away here. an interesting one.
What else do they decide to ban here? Like, the Jax value is pretty low. Jace, if you want to play the Gwen, feels like a pretty good champ to take away to protect it. But then they might just ban the Gwen in that final spot.
I wouldn't mind a Jax ban. Or, you know, angling to pick that one up themselves. But you could ban it away and really put yourself in a position to be able to play the Gwen. The Yorick is going to be taken off the board as Morgan's like, if I'm going to play Gwen and I then don't get to play Yorick, then neither do you.
If they ban Gwen, maybe you just go Camille.
Oh god, flashbacks.
Yeah, I mean, Morgan has played it in some very pivotal best of fives.
Oh, I was talking about Shu. Yeah, no, I like it for the bros. That's a better angle.
Yeah, no, if they get their hands on it, you're in trouble, but somebody's got to lock down the Zeri, right? And ban Cassiopeia instead. That has been one of Closer's favorites, but usually into the Rise.
Someone remind Showmaker that this is Fearless, and the Rise has been already picked.
So if you go for Gwen, you have side lane power. With the wave clear you have in mid, you can kind of just control tempo on the map. If you go for something like Camille, you just kill Zeri. Like, that's your game plan. You get on top of Zeri, you kill Zeri, you hope that is what is going to happen in every single fight. If you go Cassante, you get neither, and you just hope for front-to-back team fights with your Sivir later, and you go, I'm just going to let this game go late and hope for the best.
Oh, okay. I'm not entirely sold on the Cassante lock-in here, as Gragas is the hover. Interesting.
Well, the Narban I thought was for Gwen, but it was for this instead, I suppose. The Gragas is interesting. Showmaker LeBlanc.
There we go.
I mentioned it earlier on in the series. If that's one that you can definitely pop off and carry on. I'm not seeing a ton of frontline for the Zeri in this draft, but hold on, we'll wait and see. Like, Shiyu, it's certainly not an Ornn angle.
It's an Olaf.
And he's just going to play Gragas.
They're just going to play Gragas. Okay. And honestly, Gragas into Nico feels pretty good, especially if you can read where she's going to be. This could also work.
This is
they're pretty good at killing tanks, right? But instead, the Jax is what they're going to consider. Yeah. That does add some frontline. And there are some champions that do like to auto-attack in this game. That's an Akali lock-in. Closer has decided that this is this is do or die, right? He's going to have a good time.
This game is going to be a close game, I think, Atlas. This is not going to be a one-sided game, I think. Because this game has two insanely strong scaling elements with the Sivir and the Zeri that you want to play through. There's a lot of explosive pieces on the top side of both of these comps, though, in the LeBlanc and the Akali, right? And then the Pantheon that can follow up so easily on any sort of aggression the LeBlanc brings through. If you get first turret early on in the game, like D plus Kia, have so much agency. Honestly, whoever gets first turret is going to have such a good time. Matching the wave clear for the Sivir is going to be a bit of an issue, I would say, for the side of D plus and the Zeri. I think both of these drafts aren't really what we would call standard compositions. They aren't simple to play. They're both hard to play. So I do think that if we have a team take a 5,000 gold lead, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, by the way. You know, like, this is the kind of game where all it takes is one swing on a late game team fight, one crazy LeBlanc pick from Showmaker, and you're right back in it.
I'm very intrigued about how both of these compositions are going to function. I can see how D+ want to be playing this one out, but it could also be very, very scary if the LeBlanc starts to fall behind, if the Pantheon doesn't find the value. And on this side, certainly the Akali is going to be a little bit of a risk. Cassante being some ups and downs. Let's get onto the rift, see what happens. Game number 4.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 4. And on screen at the very beginning, didn't really want to talk about this, but Beryl's been having a rough day. And now he's playing Lulu again. And last time he did that, it wasn't great.
Yeah, can we get the stat of the lower third of the last time Beryl played Lulu?
No, let's not do that. As Beryl's just going to face check Morgan, Polo, and Hype. As, yeah, sometimes
I wouldn't even call that a caster curse. That's just like a caster truth.
I think that was a caster prediction.
Yeah, an accurate caster prediction as well.
Sometimes you like it when your point gets proven. That time, I didn't like it when my point got proven. As Ward does go down immediately on top of Bro's Ward.
Like, at the end of the day, it is technically an even trade of summoners, but the Flash more valuable than both secondary summoners for Hype and Palu. And you know, it's a big win here for the side of Bros bottom lane in a matchup where it can get a little bit out of hand if the Nico is able to add a lot of poke damage in. This matchup also very fun to watch, very rare to see both of these mid laners that are more assassin-based and less supportive.
Yeah, a lot of burst potential on
Yes.
both sides. I feel like a lot of finesse in these fights as well, as Showmaker should have a fair bit of agency early, but obviously we know that Akali just wants to live as the game goes on.
This is the kind of D+ draft where you can just kind of say, forget team fights, forget team comp synergy. We got a lot of comfort here, and we have big outplay potential, and individual players can pop off, and even if our team fights and 5v5s aren't that clean, it doesn't matter if Showmaker finishes his Magi's, you know?
Well, we'll see whether he does actually build one. He does certainly like to, especially on LeBlanc. As Aiming and Barrel a little bit split at this point, looking a bit awkward, but...
Akali's not doing so hot. Closer's not doing so hot on it either.
Hasn't quite found the same value that he has in other seasons and other years on this Akali. Has, in the past, been one of his big picks, of course, came into the LCK as the Aurelia one-trick, but did find a fair bit of success on the Akali, especially when she was a lot stronger earlier on.
Yeah, it was such a strong counterpick to Azir for a really long time. Not the case in this meta. And unfortunately, is going to struggle in most matchups in the early game. Showmaker is going to use his Electrocute as aggressively as possible to try to further that lead. Paulo's just going to look to fish for some potential snares and otherwise poke here as they push this wave in.
Yep, Aiming dashing off the hype here momentarily. Does get hit by a bit of the Boomerang Blade. But as long as you get the cannons, you're just pretty happy. As this will be mostly biding time for both teams, right?
Yeah.
Both Sivir and Zeri want to be getting to, you know, 2 to 3 items to really feel comfortable. As Lucid,
it doesn't check.
Yeah, just barely not seen. And Lucid actually was paying attention towards his bottom side of the map. Now it's going to be a 2v2 and a 1v1. Is now Polo getting chased down. Aiming, though, going a little bit aggressive is Hype. Not going to flash for it, but does get Aiming's flash for his trouble. We're running out of summoner spells. As Lucid's also running out of position on the map, as things are looking a little bit confusing. Standing on top of the Lord right now as Barrel's moving up. We'll see whether LeBlanc can move down, as Showmaker might need to help out, and he is going to be able to get down there. All right. The Pros will be able to claim their prize in form of a crab.
Yeah, that's what this all ends up into, as Aiming has to back first, but ironically is probably going to like it now since Hype stayed so long. He's just going to get back to the lane first with Barrel rushing back over as well. And so a relatively even trade. Scuttle goes to Bro, nobody dies, and Barrel's lack of flash is not punished. Aiming, losing both summoners doesn't feel great. Whereas this is, every time we look up here, I'm like, whoa, something happened since the last time we were up here.
I feel like the turret may have hurt Shio a little bit based on where the minions were, but as you can see, things very, very even between our two top laners at this stage of the game. Shio just going to immediately be teleporting back to that wave to try and put that pressure on once again. Teleport going to follow there from Morgan, so no real advantages one way or the other as far as that is concerned. And Lucid back in his jungle, just going to continue the clear. We'll be able to get rid of his top side now.
Just going to go back to this lane here where both laners had teleport back in. Neither mid laner have backed yet, so just sitting on initial items here, which gets harder and harder for Closer. Obviously, will want to back as soon as he can, as he's still sitting just on that Doran shield. Health advantage here is slightly going to the favor of Bro.
Yeah, Barrel does like it when he's at about 300 health, though, as now they're healing to try and catch up. Polo not going to quite find the tackle bobs.
Yeah.
That was rough, because he looked a bit like a sitting duck. Polo was getting ignored, but unfortunately, you got to hit that.
Yeah, if you hit that, it's a completely different story. He has to heal. And Barrel's about to have his flashback, so he's not feeling great here. And
hopefully, Barrel has flashbacks to winning worlds. That's what I'd like to see. Instead of flashbacks to previous games of this series, that would certainly be good.
And maybe he enjoys the old SNES game as well. I think this lane is going to relatively even out from here, unless someone makes a big mistake. We are looking to see if Paulo hits a big snare. Spell should getting a ton of value here, as Lucid is coming over, but like so is Croco, and we're going to just 3v3
It's the same play. It's exactly the same play all over again. This time, though, Lucid is going to have an added advantage because his mid laner is roaming down. This control ward going to get cleared out as Lucid. He's the one that face checks, immediately finds the stun onto Croco.
Closer's here too now.
Yeah, Flash does have to be burnt here. Showmaker does put him on a leash. Now Closer finding a bit of an angle. Connects the shuriken backflip, but decides to not dive into 4 people. And to be honest, I respect him for it.
This might be like the most damage done in the first 7 minutes of a game, resulting in no kills. This is actually an insane amount of fighting here on the bottom side of the map, but nothing does eventuate in terms of a big explosive gold advantage. But it's just lane prio for Showmaker that you're seeing in the small gold lead that D+ currently have.
Shoot, going to be charging up that counter-strike. Morgan does have access to the all-out and is actually winning on a lot of these health trades. Looking pretty good on the Cassante, especially in this one.
Yeah, he's got 2 biscuits and that extra refillable on top of it. That feels pretty good for continuing to pressure here.
Lucid is so close to 6, man.
Yeah, like if he hits 6 though, I think Morgan is going to regret what he is doing now, and we'll actually just decide that's enough pressure in this top side. We'll take the opportunity to back because of the lane swapping hype into the top lane. And the next big fight seems like it's going to end up eventuating on the Grubs with how everyone is posturing right now. 15 seconds until they spawn. Closer has gotten out of the toughest part of this lane and is starting to be able to match farm here. Get that cannon though, surely.
Yeah, nailed it. 5-point strike going to be enough there. Hextech Cookie completed here for Closer. Looking like a dash cannon first item type scenario here for the Akali.
We will see both top laners just not involved in the Grub fight. Lucid tried to start this up. Is going to at least get some minis.
Yeah, we do have an immediate rotation over though.
Hollow is like 1 ward if they still give XP away from 6, but he doesn't have it. So unfortunate for him.
Yeah, Beryl also doesn't have wild growth though. Both of them.
They're 6.
Yeah, pretty important as now there's the Grand Starfall. Hollow does find the knockup though, and immediately Lucid is taken down so incredibly low. But first blood goes over to Showmaker. Finally, Closer is able to lock that one down. Just presses R on the Pantheon, but has to use it to get himself out. And now DK with control of the area. Now we've got some ults flying out on the bottom side as well, as she with some fancy footwork is able to avoid Morgan. But Morgan didn't actually go all out in that play.
We're just going to continue to skirmish here. The answer seems to be yes, as Beryl just does not quite get hit by that shuriken on the black flip, but still going to be able to push this lane up into the top side. Only 1 grub was secured, and it was for Bro. Otherwise, just a trade of kills on the junglers, mid laners, the ones who received them, as Showmaker's in trouble.
Yeah, Closer actually going to be able to find an angle here as he does go into his Shroud, but Lucid's found him! Now Showmaker having to flash away from the Akali, who does have the passive prepped, and there it is! Solo kill for Closer! And Lucid may not actually win this one, as the Shuriken backflip is going to connect. And Lucid gives him a good old thumbs up as he slinks into the jungle, not wanting to go for the 1v1. But in the meantime, Croco is on the dragon. And Lucid's just going to have to go over.
I don't know about if you really want to find an Akali here.
Well, he does find him regardless. As 2 seconds, Showmaker is now back up again as he's just dead. So that is going to be an execution. No kill going over to Beryl this time around.
There wasn't any vision on for like where Lucid was there. Otherwise, obviously, he would have tried to maybe do something different there. He was looking for the execute initially, and he's like, I don't know if they're following me. Tries to channel it back, and then eventually just goes for the execute and will get away with it. But that's a big swing of gold over to this Akali that has a dash cannon online. We do have those first items here for both mid laners.
Yeah.
But everything else here just continues to be a very close game. 2 grubs do get picked up here eventually for D+ after it as, Xiu.
Xiu was kind of looking for it. It's kind of crazy. Health bar pretty low.
He did have advantage, yeah.
Grandmaster's Might is up and available
Croco though.
Yeah, looking to make his way in. There's the Cataclysm to start it off. He does get stunned, but thankfully he gets the flag and drag out of there.
Yeah, that was, unfortunately for Croco, a Jax under turret.
Yeah.
I like the idea, but that ult just doesn't do that much damage yet. Lucid actually coming down here. I thought maybe he would make a play here, but doesn't quite have his ultimate back up just yet.
Okay, here comes Showmaker. There's the Wild Growth engage from Beryl. Pop Blossom going to pick up the Lulu, but Hype is in no position to deal damage. Aiming, locking down the kill, but the Shuriken backflip doesn't connect onto this area. Perfect execution's exactly that, though, from Closer as Morgan's underneath the turret. Showmaker I don't know whether he's going to be making his way out of this one. He's going to see what he can do as he goes back to the ulti, but there's just too many here. And Lucid, way too late, as Morgan can tank this one up for long enough. Closer actually picks up the aggro. I thought Morgan was definitely dead there, but it's a bloodbath, but one in favor of the Bros.
Shiu gets a little bit of extra time down there, but don't ever underestimate the Bros. They're ready to scrap. They're down to scrap. Sometimes they sit back and brew, but if you think you're going to TP flank and they won't show up to answer, think again. As we go all the way back to this play here earlier with Closer, he's able to phenomenally follow here, knows that he has enough damage here on the Showmaker, and Lucid cannot actually follow once the stun is down, and ends up having the passive. Prek gets the kill and then decides to execute himself. We know what happens after this. I don't know if we really need to watch all of this, but he knows that Lucid can't actually kill him, but he doesn't want to go on the Shuriken because the stun is prepped with max stacks there. And then over here, Showmaker goes in, and it feels like, okay, this is going to make sense. This is definitely going to work, but Closer also TPs, and Paulo, he dies first. Closer misses the backflip, but he does not care. And with Morgan here, it's just a sick play. Honestly, Bro really just calling out the bluff, saying, yeah, you think that flank is enough, but if we actually have more members here, we win this. And the Pantheon ult comes through so late, just instantly knocked up. Nothing he can do.
Really, really nicely done there by the Bros. And showing that power of friendship can actually win you games. Everyone getting involved, getting in there together. And there is now a gold advantage for Closer, sitting up by about 400, even though the CS deficit is quite large.
Now, the game is still, I think, pretty dead even, but when you have one of these explosive mids starting to pull ahead, the outplay potential becomes kind of insane. And, you know, Showmaker did get a small lead in the early parts of this matchup, but now that these kills have started to come through for Closer, this is really, really scary, right? And when we see that Herald spawn in 2 minutes' time, I think it's going to be incredibly high value for either of these teams who pick it up because of taking that mid turret off the map, meaning that these assassin mid laners will just have so much more agency, so much more pick potential, so much more flank potential, especially in Showmaker's case on the LeBlanc. But even the Akali is going to love the extra power she gets there.
Yep. And the fact that Morgan gets a couple of kills kind of bailed him out. As you can see, the gold lead is minuscule between the Jax and the Cassante, but the CS margin, about 20 at this point in time. It's like 3 waves in favor of Shiu. It is a bit of a big deal, but has been mitigated by that last play as Closer in a side lane. Going to be a very scary prospect. Tanglebarb's not connecting here by Polu. As we know, the Nico can be an absolute monster in setting up some fights, but can also, like, if you whiff, you can sometimes just explode. And Polu has been a problem there as we get a bit of a zoom in. -1's in the chat for Showmaker. Bit unfortunate.
Yeah, this is a very, very volatile game state here because, like, the Zeri is ready to pop off in a team fight. You have so much setup here for her, and you also have Showmaker who can threaten the back line as I have a bit of a...
Aiming needs to be a little careful. Bit of a poke war. Still fishing for a little more, but now we've got an ult in from Lucid, diving right on top of Hype, who goes on the hunt. And Polu going to split some shapes, and it is just going to be DK getting back control of this mid lane.
Yeah, just for a moment here. Heavy commitment, but doesn't matter too much as
Yeah, Morgan does need to be a little careful. Shiu, now that he's got his Trinity Force, feeling so much better in the matchup, starting to bully, is now continuing to go for it. Finding the empowers one after the other. There's the ulti from Aiming, looking for Hype here. And with the wave crashing in, Hype very, very low. We'll see whether Lucid goes for anything, but that spell shield makes the Pantheon by himself a little difficult to make work.
Just go straight for Herald here with the advantage they just gained. Instead, they're going to kind of back off.
Could be a Dragon opportunity as well if they'd like to go there, but I think making something out of this pressure that they've put together is good.
They kind of just made a lot of great small plays and then said, okay, we'll back now. And so Bro are going to be feeling, I think, phenomenally about how that exchange went because they had so many disadvantages after that exchange. And Kroko is going to go straight to Dragon here. Question mark pings on the Herald because neither team has vision. D+ do not know about this Dragon take or anything like that, so they're completely blind right now. And in fact, Bro look like they're just going to get this Dragon for free, and because D+ don't have vision on Herald, they're like just going to maybe lose both, you know? Like, Bro get this one, they can actually go up and contest the top side.
Yeah, this is actually really well played by the Bros. DK not really worried about Dragons at this stage of the game, I guess. And when you've got a Zeri, I mean, she's kind of the win condition. You don't need to worry as much about it as Shiu going to walk up a little bit late. It is going to be an Infernal Soul.
Double Dragon on the high roll here for Bro.
Yeah, feeling good. Also, if DK can stack up 4 of these, they will not have any issues with damage. Let's just say that.
True. That is very true. As Shiu here really continuing to put the pressure on this Cassante, but if he doesn't get kill pressure, it takes a really long time to wear down that turret, but he might be able to do it on this next push.
Look at how aggressive Beryl is positioned. It makes me nervous.
If Shiu gets this turret, it's feats of strength, by the way, which is kind of crazy. 16 minutes into the game, almost 17 minutes in.
Yeah, getting pretty late, actually. One more objective for the Bros, so like you were talking about, if this Herald is going to get contested, you best hope that, okay, in goes aiming, finding an angle here is Hype, one more order, the flash does get aiming in there, the wild growth to keep him alive. Can he skate his way out? Does he even want to get out as he gets so much of his health back? And DK find a pivotal fight just before the potential Herald.
That's just such a massive play there from Aiming and Barrel, and they're looking for more!
Oh, in goes Showmaker, just surfs his way through. That is going to guarantee the Herald, and maybe even more.
LeBlanc has long been kind of considered a counterpick for Nico because of her ability to catch her on flanks and to hunt her down, but this is really not the reason. This is just full map control, full topside control of the lane there, and Showmaker finds a stray Palu and takes him out. It's a ton of gold, inconsequential on the objective, because they were going to get that no matter what, but Showmaker getting that extra bonus is so massive here for D+. As look at this collapse here onto Hype. He is able to spell shield initially, but that means he gets stunned here even with the buffer with the flash, and then the wild growth here to keep Aiming alive. There is no more lockdown for the Zeri, and then Palu here. He knows Showmaker clears this ward, but he stays, dies.
Yeah, I think it was just a distortion, mimic distortion, and he's dead. So a little bit unfortunate there for Palu. We mentioned Palu is going to be so important for the Bros if they're going to get us to that game number 5. And that is 2 items now done for the Zeri. Certification question mark. I mean, it was looking a little bit dire.
I mean, I considered it for sure.
저거 잡아볼게.
I'm gonna try to look for it.
Well, he did.
Got it.
전령아 전령.
And then calls to go for Herald, which they did secure and will secure the mid turret, which is scary because LeBlanc got that bonus kill, and now there's no turret in the mid lane, or there won't be once they decide to destroy it with the Herald.
And now, next objective for either team is going to be feats of strength. So that is a whole lot of fun. See who's going to be able to lock it down. So far, Dragons have belonged to the Bros, but this time, DK, I don't think they're just going to give up Soul Point for free.
No, I don't think so. And the mid turret being down also really helps them set up for plyo for any objective on the map. And this is a Sivir who just lost mid turret. That's not what you want to be doing in this combat. That's really a big way to describe this game state, is the fact that Hype's just been kind of hanging out, trying to defend a turret, sitting under turret.
Yeah. And now 1-3-1, right? It's not something we've really spoken about yet, but LeBlanc and Jax with side lane support in a Pantheon, even the mobility of a Zeri who can actually skate over a lot of walls to get her way into the action if there is going to be some sort of skirmish.
I mean, they have 2 grubs. It's not 3, but it's still a lot of extra damage for these 2 champions that are winning both of their side lane matchups right now.
Yeah, and will continue to do so, right? It's not like later in the game Cassante will be able to beat Jax in a side lane. That's just never what is going to happen.
It's not a thing, and the Jarvan can only pick 1, whereas the Pantheon can impact basically 2 at the same time. As I think the way back into this game for Bro is just a really big combo here with Palu and Croco.
But I think it has to be team fights, and it has to be Aiming getting singled out, all-outed, destroyed, and then they win the fight, right? Their chase down is actually incredible, right? With Siva, Akali, like there's so much mobility there. And lockdown with the Jarvan.
I think though the problem is if everyone goes in onto Aiming and Showmaker's just waiting, he just also kills Hype 1v1, and then you're like, uh-oh, that's kind of problematic. And then Jax either takes over the fight, or you trade 80 carries so the fight slows down, and Shiu's in the side lane killing your turrets, you know? The game state here is so tough for Bro, and if you could describe those fights, okay, this could be a scenario where...
oh, wait! Yeah, Closer going to be able to find him here. And Aiming is really dead.
Okay, well,
Why was he there?
Caster Curse, maybe?
Yeah,
Caster Blessing for Bro, maybe?
I'm still not...
He's like, I'm Zeri. I'm like, well, there is an Akali over there, though. That's a 4th kill for Closer.
Yep, I think Scholars are still asking the
question. That's right before Soul Point, by the way. Like,
yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm 15 seconds until aiming is back up again, and they know now that they cannot contest for this. So that is feats of strength and the kill onto the Zeri. A whole lot of tempo and momentum back in the favor of the Bros.
I mean, just suddenly off of a pick like that, and I can hear Chronicler's voice from here. I can hear Cadrill's voice from here. That's not the pick you wanted to be giving over. Now, they're going to turn this into an Otacon take here on the top side. Closer has TP. Morgan has TP. But I
they have no vision. They have done no homework.
They just don't have any vision here whatsoever. I think they simply have to give this up.
Well, she was going to teleport in.
Okay, they're going to commit to a late contest, but it's just way too late.
Yeah, no, it's not a contest. They do know. So they can watch.
To a watch. They're going to check it out.
Yeah, so Feats of Strength did go over to the Bros, but the Otacon picked up here by DK, back on the horse once again. And aiming, just like to see him not randomly in the middle of nowhere for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah. Look at some of the advantages in XP that come through. Like both Shiu and aiming get a full level lead. Same with Barrel. Bro, not a pedal to their name.
Oh God, it's 33-0?
Yeah, not a single one.
How do you not get any?
Yeah, it has to be like you just don't like flowers, I guess.
I mean, the generosity of the Bros, man.
They are gonna get this turret in the bottom lane. The gold is still relatively even. And I still think the same problems that existed in the last time we asked this question, like before this happened, is how do you kill Zeri? Like, this is one way. If Zeri just walks in here, by the way, look at the map. There is nobody here. Like, Shiu, I guess.
She is just like, oh, I was just getting the Cinder.
Like,
see ya.
Like, he put the control ward up there. I don't know. But you don't get that opportunity twice, surely, right? Like, aiming's not going to do that again. So you still have to solve for Zeri.
Oh, do not tempt fate like that, Wolf. I know we want 5 games.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do. That's kind of why I'm like trying to figure out how Bro can kill him. Because I don't think he does that twice. And now you have to, like, you got soul point, but it's soul point. You have to get the soul. You have to win the next fight. You actually have to win an objective here. Down on XP because of the pedals. Down on map control.
I think aiming is killable. In, like, the Bro comp does have the tools, right? Pop Blossom's there. All Out is there. Morgan can hold down aiming so that Hype can get the damage. Closer has a lot of burst. If they are able to get initial CC onto the Zeri, they will be able to kill her. The problem is, maybe Showmaker just kills them. Maybe Shiu is going to be too much of a problem in the backline as well. And
it's a lot of ifs, you know?
Yeah, this is actually the type of Zeri comp that I really like. One that has extra threats. And DK certainly do have that. Like, this is triple threat comp, and Lucid's also pretty strong.
Yeah, it's so scary because Deep and Fearless, like, you know, it's hard to draft into the Zeri. D+ were like, yeah, you want Sivir, you want Wave Clear, I'll just take the Zeri, I'll take the team fight. And they got a lead in this game, albeit slight in gold, and they are down 3 dragons. I think the scaling really favors them because they have so much map control. Like, look at the mini-map and tell me that Bro have an opportunity. Croco's finding one!
Yeah, Croco gets him. The Pop Blossom comes down, but aiming just tops the wall. He does have to Ghost, has to use Flash, gets the Wild Growth. Lucid also has to Flash, but that was his fault, I guess, as now he's going to dive on top of Hype. Now he's dead, though. Hype going to be able to lock down that kill.
Okay, use the Zeri to kill the Pantheon. I got it. Yeah, that's the strat. In this case, aiming caught again, but this time it's Croco who sets it up, and...
All right, Closer. Dashing on in. My whole brain is kind of a question mark ping right now.
Yeah, I mean, aiming lived, but he doesn't have sums now, so now follow-up picks are potentially going to be massive. He won't have that flash for the dragon fight. Baron is also up here. We are 25 minutes into the game now, but I don't think either team is interested in that right now. I think the dragon is 100% where all eyes will be. Neither team has really any vision set up there. Bro has like one ward kind of in the area, but top laners here with TP. So I think this is going to be a 5v5 fight that may actually be game deciding, and if D+ win, it could be series deciding. As they will show up for it. They're not going to give Infernal Soul over to this Akali, over to this Sivir.
Yeah, you would hope not. And they also want to be going for fights, right? I mean, they probably do want an extra item on aiming, but right now it's item parity between himself and the Sivir.
Is he picking it up right now? He might actually have enough money.
If it's IE, then...
it is.
Yeah, that is perfect timing here. We'll see whether Hype can actually get there before this dragon does spawn in 35 seconds time.
Like, this is it. Like, the miracle run for the Bros we talked about after they barely beat DRX. If they get completely crushed here, I think that is all your hopes of that World Championship down the drain, that LCK Championship down the drain.
I mean, they can give this dragon though, right? They have 3 dragons in pocket. There is plenty of time here for the bros.
I just think they don't want to give any more scaling over to this area. They want to get this and get the longevity from it right now.
Now Showmaker
Spell
does
shield
get the
baited.
spell shield out from Hype. Shiu on a flank angle though, as Morgan immediately turns onto him. Showmaker going to try and stop the follow-up, but he still gets pulled back on the hunt. Going to come on through here as Showmaker gives Shiu a target, but it's not exactly the greatest. Now Morgan looking for an angle as the dragon has been pulled out. A fight on multiple fronts now, but Hype gets back to the rest of the 3. Showmaker continuing to be annoying though, and Morgan is put on a leash. Showmaker's taking Morgan for a walk. And okay, now Lucid and Croco battling it out. It's going to be about this fight to see whether the Infernal Soul's coming in. But the Zeri's already starting to pop off. Morgan going to go down. It's a bloodbath. They get the Infernal Soul, but they get nothing else. And Croco going to try and make his way out with his life, but I just don't think it's going to work as Showmaker connects the chains. Down he will go. That's the ace. And now let's see what DK can go. Can they just win the game?
I think so. I think it's just done. They went for the fight. They went for the collapse, but Showmaker said no. And D+ continue the run, keeping their chances alive here. Bro, no one to respawn. And I suppose here in Game 4, Digon, it's truly Brover.
It is unfortunately Brover for this year, but remember, we will have a plan. That Brotax will still make it. As DK, they will too. Now up against Nongshim for that last spot in the playoffs. DK keep themselves alive.
DK make it to the final day of play-ins tomorrow, keeping their chances and hopes alive. This team that has always shown up at the end of the year to the World Championship. Results haven't always been lifting the trophy, but for Beryl it was at least twice across 2 different teams. But for Bros, the year ends here. One final fight for Dragon. They look to try to collapse on that flank. Shiu deletes Hype from the fight, gets on top of him and takes him out. And I think for player of the match here, you've got multiple different options. Insane performances from Lucid. Shiu having, outside of the tank game, a pretty great day today. Showmakers, LeBlanc, pretty insane. And yeah, naming the consistency he showed across the series might get a few votes as well.
I would agree. I think, I'm a bit sad that Lucid's Pantheon performance wasn't fantastic. But his Zed, man, maybe he just deserves POM just for how well he played in that game. Aiming, like you say, I mean, the Varus was very forgettable, but outside of that, Killer Instinct on the Kai'Sa looking pretty impressive.
Was that just showcasing that Beryl left already?
Yeah, that might have been it.
I guess that's what that was. You could see Showmaker clasp his hands together and bow to the crowd because I think he knows that fans are not happy with D+'s performance overall this year. It's the worst year they've ever had.
There's also a long way to go, right? We're not celebrating just yet because they have to take down a Legend Group team if they want to make this happen.
When I see a player like Showmaker pop off on LeBlanc in a game like this, sure, there were some mistakes, like this did happen. But he pops off, his team wins a very pivotal series, and instead of showboating, instead of doing a ceremony, he respectfully clasps his hands and bows to the crowd. That's class right there, and that's...
I mean, unless that was just something a football player has done recently.
No, Gallus, it's class, okay? Come on, let me have this one.
I want to let you have that one, but
you're probably right.
It might be...
Damn it, Atlas, I was like, fishing for the narrative. I'm like, God, Showmaker's so respectful.
Hey, no, it could still be it.
He hates Cassante, he beat Cassante in this game, let him have something, he's had a tough time.
Yeah, he finally does manage to get a bit of added revenge here.
It's probably a FIFA thing. Damn it.
Yeah, this was an aiming thing though, and honestly, I do feel like aiming. It was like the game was won and lost on the back of this guy.
Every single player had a really bad game in this series.
Yeah, right.
But I don't know. Did aiming have the most consistent performance? Well, this happened.
I can tell you why not to vote for everyone. The only person I can't tell you why to vote for them is Beryl. And I'm me, and I'm still telling you that you can't vote for Beryl in this series.
This is like, Braum was okay, kind of.
No.
No, it really wasn't. But I'll spoil. I voted for Lucid. I thought he had a pretty good performance across the games, and the Zed performance in particular was so series defining for me. I would agree with the Trundle, so I went for Lucid.
He didn't abuse an item as well.
Look at Hype just die here. Boom.
The dash from aiming as well. Like we were talking about the fact that the Nico is so important for locking down the Zeri. Guess what? Didn't lock down the Zeri. And then bro, go for an age-old classic. The Soul for Nexus trade. We will have to ask them whether it was worth it after the series because Soul is pretty cool. But didn't actually work out in their favor.
I think for Bro, this was a pretty good year. The goal was obviously Worlds. They've said it many, many times. They wanted Bro to go to Worlds for the first time. They had a roster that on paper didn't look insanely strong, right? But they, I think, outperformed expectations. They did very well in the Rise group. But ultimately, this is the end, and Lucid will pick up POM. His Wukong was pretty good. His Zed was series defining for me.
Yeah, the Pantheon was Pantheon. It was absolutely fine, but outside of that, I think Lucid probably the pretty obvious choice for 11, 1, and 4 on the Zed. You'd say not bad. Not bad at all there from the young player. And the biggest thing that we want to take away is the fact that he is in contention for that, right? Because later on in these series, Lucid and Shio have been falling apart. I know we keep harping on about it, but that's what they needed to improve, and it improved in today's series. And we're looking forward to tomorrow, right? They have to pack up their things, but then immediately come back and try and take down Nongshim to get that last spot in the playoffs. So, I mean, you have to keep that form up, and that's probably why, like you were saying, we're not getting big celebrations here because the work is only half done.
It's only half done. You know, I think some parts of Shio's play there still plaguing him, but maybe they know just don't put him on a tank. Maybe they know that that's the way. Maybe they just don't do that, and D+ get the win tomorrow.
Yep, that could be the way to do it. But man, I don't, it's hard to know how to feel at this particular point in time, right? Because you want to celebrate D+, but they haven't made it yet. Like,
I know.
There's still one more game to play, and Nongshim, they managed to take down the Bros. It was a little bit more difficult, you could say, than it was here today for D+, but form on the day is something that we're always talking about when it comes to D+ Kia. Like tomorrow, they could just fall off a cliff.
I don't think Shio topples King in tomorrow, but I'm kind of looking at the advantages I'm seeing from Lucid right now. I'm liking Showmaker's individual form, and then aiming versus Gio, that's as one side as could be. Lens versus Barrel, I mean, flip a coin.
That's the matchup I'm looking forward to, baby. That's like, we need to have that as the featured matchup going into tomorrow's series, because who is going to do the most weird stuff? That's the biggest question. As looking forward to hearing from Lucid and talking about like what the feedback was after their last match. Definitely a lot of question marks. I think feedback definitely necessary for that Vi Ari Sion tragedy draft, and hopefully we are going to get some questions answered. So now it is time for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the post-match interview translation. For plans round 2 lower bracket with Showmaker and Lucid the POM. Congratulations! Losing today meant that you are out of plans, and today was a must-win elimination match. Let's hear from the POM. How do you feel? Feels great to win. And I did not expect to get a POM, so that feels amazing. And how does it feel, Showmaker, to get that 3-1 victory and head over to the final round? You know, we had no other chance left to make it to the playoffs, so I was so desperate for today's win. I'm really glad that we're able to get it. And the negative history we guys have against the Bros could have been concerning, so was there any mental pressure today? I had zero mental pressure today. And I think I just really tried to focus on thinking about what I need to do in the game. And Lucid, in the last round 1 match against BNK FearX, what did you try to focus on refining after that defeat? Personally, during that series, I felt like I was hitting my low points. So I just really tried to get myself back up to focus on, keeping my condition at the top form. I think I'll have to really pull that form that I had today, tomorrow as well. And you know, today the analyst has pointed out how sharp your laning was, Showmaker. So personally looking back, are you satisfied about your laning phase? No, aside from game 4, I think I did really well during the laning phase. So yeah, I'm actually pretty happy about how my laning went. And Lucid, in game 2, you guys picked Ari Vi comp, but it was an unfortunate loss. So what was the feedback like afterwards? No, I think we made individual mistakes. And we just talked about, you know, minimizing those mistakes and just keeping our head in the game and staying focused. And yeah, in game 3, after that, your Zed jungle had such a fantastic game. You absolutely popped off. So against the Trundle, what advantage did you look for with Zed? I think it really depends on how proficient you are with Zed. You know, and every time I brought out the Zed, I had lost, so I'm sure that my fans were quite worried. Says, you proved your Zed, let's not play that ever again. You know, I plan on playing Zed tomorrow and next week if I get a chance to, and I promise you I'll do well. And back to Showmaker in game 4. You pulled out another one of your signature picks, LeBlanc, aka Showblanc. So what made you pick her? You know, lately in the mid lane, I felt like mid lane doesn't have as much influence now. And I was just trying to go over the list and see what actually might be viable, and that's why I picked LeBlanc. So, does she play out well? You know, I feel like she has actually lost her touch too in the game. And in game 4, it was pretty neck and neck. So, the Akali was posing a big threat throughout the game. In the end, what do you think gave you the edge over for the win? You know, in terms of the comp, I think the Akali in the game was threatening because of our mid lane. But just kidding. I think it's in the end we were able to pull off what we had in mind to pull off with the comp. Never mind. I will just tell you that Showblog was the one who gave us the edge to win. What do you think about that, Showmaker? I think he has a great read on the game. And tomorrow you will meet Nongshim Red Force with the playoffs ticket on the line. And it's been a while since you played them, so what do you think will be crucial? Tomorrow, one team will die. So I want to make sure that we are maintaining our utmost best condition and form. And this will be either we kill or we die. And what mindset do you have for the playoffs, Lucid? No, I don't think it makes sense for us to make it out or get eliminated. So I think I just want to make sure that we have a good mindset going in order to win. And what about any word to your fans? Now we made it to the final rounds, you guys. And I think we were able to gather up more energy thanks to all your support. So we'll make sure to try our best to make it to the playoffs. And that's the end of the interview with Showmaker and Lucid. And back to the space. Thank you.
Dear, I think that was some of your greatest work, letting us know that Lucid thinks one team will get eliminated tomorrow and Showmaker thinks one team will die. As if that's the case, the Bros are dead. The season is over. A 3-1 victory for D plus Kia, who looked deservingly better in this play-in lower bracket match. And it was Lucid who got the POM. A great job. Well done here, Cronny.
Yeah, and it's also clear that's a moment for kindness, because not even Orcs is bullying. You know, we're giving Deegon his space as I have to highlight Specifically, the Shiyu vote, given the second half of the series, made sense. There were a lot of, I think all 3 of these votes to me were picked for different reasons. Lucid, I think, has the best individual game by far. The Z game was just absolutely ludicrous. Shiyu had a really good back half of the series, because I do actually think that particularly the Jax game, even though the KDA wasn't great, was really impressive. And then Showmaker's laning phase today was keeping down the one member of Bro that I think was performing up to his standards.
I think it's a good spread, you know. I think it's what you'd expect coming out from the series. And I always like when we have different members performing and everyone gets a bit of a shout out coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's get to the comments here from this series. Let's start with Wolf, who was on the cast saying, Lucid sees playoffs clearly in his sights. I like that one.
One series away now.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering what's going to happen tomorrow, because particularly given how good B&K looked, how Nongshim kind of look all over the place, but then you offset to that some of the moments that DK still had today. Aiming, I don't know what that was about in the mid-game. I don't know what some of the decision-making from DK was throughout the day, as obviously we know why I'm happy, right? We know what I'm going to be talking about. The real Lucid, the real Lucid fan club thrives another day.
The real one.
The real one.
Honorable Harrison.
Follow that one up, Orcs.
Well, you know, the actual, real Lucid Fan Club thrives another day. Don't believe his slander. Don't believe his lies.
Check the receipts.
Actual,
check the
real
receipts right now.
Lucid Fan Club thriving.
I have
phenomenally
dating back
so
to
good.
2020.
You know what? You can just leave already.
I have signed photo cards. Do you have a picture with Lucid? Do you have a picture with Lucid?
Fan Club thriving. He's just trying to put this stuff together after the fact to try and make it up. You know, everyone knows chronically. You don't have to keep pretending. It's okay. Actual real. 2 words. Actual real. It's even capitalized. You can see it right there.
Imagine getting to thrive for another day. There it is. Chronicler with the real Lucid Fan Club thrives another day.
Actual real.
Actual real
Yeah.
Lucid Fan Club thrives for a day. Chat, you can make your own decisions here.
Oh,
on the
do not
actual
make
real
your own
for the real.
decisions. Trust
Yeah,
the facts.
You can do that.
Don't listen to the charlatan.
Wow, now he's trying to just use insults, right? This is very pathetic.
You're a scoundrel.
At no point did I insult your character. Now he's just, it's falling, it's very, a little sad, Chronicler. You know, I would never resort to those levels. I'm kind of hurt a little bit, Digon.
You're hurt?
I'm hurt after this.
Totally understand, but we have more comments to get to, so let's get to ponies. On January 28th, 2005, Lucid was born. He will go on to lead D+ Kia. Pony always does a little bit of history references here.
I love he knows facts like this. You know what? He's welcome to join the actual real Lucid Fan Club.
Moving on. Great.
You're not going to invite him to the real one?
Not today, Ox. Today is a serious occasion. The pros are eliminated. We can't use this day to bully me.
He's moving on, moving the conversation on. And now you're trying to bully Digon? This is horrible. Look how sad he is.
Hey, Lucid. I'd like to play Jungle Zed as well. Can you help Uncle Helios, please? What else we got here?
Helios is on a mission this season.
He's just trying to
He has one job. He wants to get Elo.
Yeah.
Like, where is my LP?
You know what? He just wants to get help in general. Like, he's asking for help for a lot of different things. If you check out the Korean broadcast, you'll know what we're talking about. One more. A Zed who can get the job done when it counts is not common. Obviously, Gogo runs into a lot of solo queues.
Funnily enough, that even kind of goes for Lucid. Some of his other games on Zed haven't really been this standout.
This guy's criticizing Lucid?
Ooh.
Wow. Okay, I mean, I thought this was a competition to see who was the real Lucid fan, but apparently...
What are you going to do when I leave? What material are you going to have left?
Well, I tell you what, I'll definitely have no competition as leader of the actual real Lucid fan club.
I kind of agree. Support through thick or thin, including when you get knocked out of the playoffs. And then finally, Showmaker, the soul of DK will not die. Prince with that comment. And again, Showmaker, as you guys have covered a lot, has not missed Worlds in his career.
Well, he did say that whoever loses tomorrow will die, specifically in the interview, so hopefully he won't die. But a lot of stakes on that match tomorrow.
Yeah, and for Showmaker in particular, I think that he has also been the player where the loss in form compared to what he's been previously has been very visibly shaken him the most, right? Someone like Beryl, we meme a lot about Beryl, but Beryl also has this, always has this air of just not being bothered. Where Showmaker is the opposite, right? He's very open about his struggles with trying to keep up the same level as a pro player, particularly as one that won Worlds so early in his career. So I think the fact that he's still here in the lower bracket and struggling, I think is really inspiring.
Yeah, let's take a look at today's results. It was a 3-1 victory here for D plus Kia. One game for the Bros in game number 2, but they will continue on through the lower bracket in the play-ins. One more single elim match for them coming up against Nongshim tomorrow. Here's the predictions where Cloud Templar and Gogo hit it right on the nose. The bro bias did not help the global broadcast. The Korean broadcast knew what it was. All of them going for D plus Kia. And they were the overdogs in predictions, but the underdogs in the fan vote.
We believed.
We did believe.
We believed. I don't regret it one bit.
Neither do I. As we take a look at the updated bracket now, it is Nongshim and D plus Kia doing battle tomorrow for the final slot in playoffs, which means, take a look at the green there. 3-2 and 3-1. It's been a great year for the Bros. 2025, as we remember fondly, the hardware that was won, the Kespa Cup champions. They were part of the League of Legends Champions Korea in 2025. Upsets against Gen G in the LCK Cup. And of course, a memorable T1 upset earlier in the year. It was a lot of upsets, including losing to DNF a couple of times, a 10,000 gold lead comeback, as we say their names for the final time in 2025. Lord Morgan, Headhunter Hype, President Paulu, Commander Closer, Crazy Croco, let's not forget the Bulldozer, let's not forget Humbach, and Elam as well. 2025 OK Savings Bank Brion. A great year that comes to a close. Thank you for the memories. Tomorrow's matchup, the Noodle Boys try to do justice for the Legend Group and make it into the playoffs against D plus Kia, the #1 seed from Rise. Only one team will continue on, and according to Showmaker, the other team will not make it.
We have finally the opportunity to answer the age-old question. What is better? We've had this question on our minds for a grand total of, what, like 2 months? Is it better to be lost in Legend Group or first in Rise Group? And it's a roundabout way, but we are gonna get our answer tomorrow.
Scientific proof, we can't dispute it.
Well, both were better than getting third in the Rise Group. That does it for today's match. Only one team will move on, D plus Kia or Nongshim. We'll see you tomorrow for the final match of play-ins.
doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.